Chapter 1, Blue-Silver Grass Spirit. Heaven Do Empire, Fanuo's Province. Nuoding City, Daihan Village, adjacent to Saint Spirit Village. It is said that a spirit emperor once emerged from the village, but no one knows if it's true or not. Inside the Spirit Hall's village branch, Qian had just finished awakening his spirit and withdrew his hand from the crystal ball, feeling a bit lost. Qian, Blue-Silver Grass Spirit, innate spirit power level 0.5. Old Village Chief, are there any other children in your village who need to awaken their spirits? Su Yuntao asked expressionlessly. Old Bade stepped forward and said, Grandmaster Yuntao, Qian is the last child. Grandmaster Yuntao, I think I just heard you say that Qian has innate spirit power. Does that mean he can cultivate to become a spirit master? Su Yuntao shared his experience. This child can indeed cultivate, but his innate spirit power is only level 0.5, and his spirit is the useless blue-silver grass. It will be very difficult for him to become a spirit master. Blue-silver grass, this kind of weed, is extremely common on the Douluo continent. Its tender branches break with a tug, and it has no offensive capabilities. Even if one becomes a spirit master, they would be among the weakest. Of course, it also has a characteristic, extremely strong vitality, like weeds that cannot be burned away by wildfire and grow again with the spring breeze. That's enough, as long as he can cultivate. Our village hasn't produced a spirit master in years, and the quota for work-study students in the village has always been vacant. Please, Grandmaster Yuntao, help me issue a certificate. I want to send this child to Nuoding Academy for a work-study program. Although Qian only had 0.5 level innate spirit power, for Old Bade, it was enough that he could cultivate and had a chance to become a spirit master. Old Village Chief, I can help you with the certificate. But this child will probably find it difficult even to graduate from a junior spirit master academy. I suggest you let him learn a means of livelihood sooner rather than later. Su Yuntao kindly advised while helping Qian prepare the certificate. Old Bade took the awakening certificate. Thank you for the reminder, Grandmaster Yuntao, I will pay attention. Qian quickly thanked Grandmaster Yuntao for his guidance. Qian snapped back to reality and quickly bowed to Su Yuntao, saying, Thank you for your guidance, Grandmaster Yuntao. Alas, take care of yourself. Su Yuntao said and left the dilapidated wooden house. Old Bade watched Su Yuntao leave, then turned to Qian and said, Did you hear what Grandmaster Yuntao said just now? Village Chief Grandpa, I heard. I will work hard to become a spirit master. Good, little Qian is sensible. Once you become a spirit master, you won't have to worry about making a living, poor child. Going to Nuoding Academy as a work-study student means getting a work-study salary, and after becoming a spirit master, there's also a subsidy from the Spirit Hall. It can be said that he would directly transform into another social class and would no longer live a hard life. Qian lingered for a while, bid farewell to Old Bade, returned to his own dilapidated wooden house, and closed the door. I can't believe my spirit is blue-silver grass. And my innate spirit power is only 0.5 level. Qian said helplessly. He was an orphan and also a transmigrator. 2 years ago, his parents in this life followed the trend to become smugglers at the border, and there has been no news since. He didn't know if they were gone or if they had fled to the Douluo Empire. Qian was overcome with grief and fainted, but unexpectedly awakened his memories from his previous life. After realizing he was on the Douluo continent, Qian was excited, thinking he could become a spirit master in the future. But unexpectedly, his spirit turned out to be the most common blue-silver grass, and his innate spirit power was only 0.5 level. With this 0.5 level innate spirit power, it will be hard to even cultivate to spirit elder. Qian lamented. Yu Shaogang, with 0.5 level innate spirit power, failed to break through to Spirit Elder even with the help of so many resources from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. And Qian had no resources at all. It would probably take him forever to cultivate to level 29. My spirit is blue-silver grass. If I can absorb the blue-silver Emperor's spirit bone, maybe I can change my cultivation talent. Qian thought. Tang Hao was probably afraid that Spirit Hall would find him and lose the spirit bone he left for Tang San. So he placed the Blue-Silver Emperor's spirit bone in a hidden cave behind a waterfall outside Saint Spirit Village. And this was Qi Tian's opportunity. However, Qi Tian wasn't going to steal the spirit bone now. He hadn't seen the methods of a titled Douluo and didn't dare to risk it easily. Qi Tian planned to look for that spirit bone when Tang Hao sent Tang San to Shrek Academy. It's currently Douluo calendar 2636. Tang San will go to Shrek 6 years from now. Qi Tian noted this time down. After Qi Tian made his plans, he began his day's work, which was weaving various items from processed dried blue-silver grass. Grass sandals, grass mats, grass curtains, grass baskets, grass hats, and so on. These tasks were not difficult physical labor for a 5 or 6-year-old child like him. He had also thought about other inventions, but as the saying goes, a man's innocent, but his jade is not, and the current Qi Tian was not worthy of possessing too much wealth. Why'd I feel so much more skilled at weaving grass mats today? Qi Tian was a little surprised. That's right, my spirit is blue-silver grass. Now that my spirit has awakened, weaving grass mats with blue-silver grass naturally feels much smoother. Qi Tian thought to himself. Even ordinary people who awaken their spirits can gain many benefits, even without innate spirit power. For example, those with scythe spirits or hoe spirits would find these tools much easier to use. This was probably one of the Spirit Hall's goals, free spirit awakening to boost the productivity of ordinary people. It's a pity that 10,000 years later, spirit awakening would have nothing to do with ordinary people. My weaving speed has increased significantly. I should be able to save enough for first-year tuition before Nuoding Academy starts in 4 months. Qi Tian calculated carefully. 2 years ago, he had considered the possibility of not being able to attend Nuoding Academy as a work-study student, so he started saving money then. If he couldn't do work-study, Qi Tian planned to drop out after finishing first year, as long as he learned the cultivation method. But since he was the only one in Daihan village with innate spirit power, the work-study student quota should still fall to him. Qi Tian was still willing to be a work-study student. Even if he couldn't graduate, he could save money for the future and safely pass through the weakest period of his life. After weaving grass mats and eating dinner, Qi Tian began his daily workout. Ever since he knew he was on the Douluo continent, Qi Tian had never stopped exercising to strengthen his physical fitness. After all, the stronger the body, the higher the spirit ring's age limit that could be absorbed. He didn't want his meridians to burst from a 100-year spirit ring. An hour later, an exhausted Qi Tian washed up and collapsed onto his dilapidated wooden plank bed, falling into a deep sleep. Early morning, as dawn broke, Qi Tian woke up on time. He stretched, preparing to get up and start his morning exercise. No, Qi Tian discovered that his bed was covered with a quilt woven from silk and satin. And he was wearing silk pajamas. Looking up, the ceiling was not a combination of broken wooden beams and dry blue silver grass, but an exquisite palace-style ceiling. Am I transmigrating again? Qi Tian was terrified. He looked down at his body, but his vision was blocked by the high rising. What exaggerated pectoral muscles! Why has my skin also become so delicate? Qi Tian was puzzled. Although he was young before, his hands were rough because he worked and exercised every day. But now, these hands were as white as jade and as tender as lychees. No, Qi Tian finally realized what was wrong. These were a woman's hands. He touched the large grapefruit and found that the pecs were also fake, full and soft. My dick, is it gone too? Qi Tian freed a hand and reached for the target, and sure enough, he didn't find his dick. Chapter 2, Possessing the Young Bibi Dong at the start. It's over, I've really turned into a girl. He knew that, apart from his previous life in Zhonghua, turning into a girl elsewhere was never a good thing. What are you doing? Quickly take back your dirty hands. Don't touch my body randomly. Just then, a clear voice sounded in Qi Tian's mind. Your body. Qi Tian subconsciously rubbed again, and indeed, it felt quite comfortable. The voice in his mind sounded again, pervert. You're still touching. Get out of my body now. Am I borrowing a corpse to return a soul? Is this body not completely dead yet, and the original soul consciousness is still here? Qian thought. Thinking this, Qian asked, you say this is your body, then tell me, what's your name? Of course this is my body. Listen well, I am the Supreme Pontiff's direct disciple, the Holy Maiden of Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. You say you're Bibi Dong. Qian was stunned. He had touched the body of Supreme Pontiff Bibi Dong. Just thinking about it was exciting. But wasn't Bibi Dong the Supreme Pontiff? Why did she call herself Holy Maiden? Did she misspeak? It is I, this maiden. Bibi Dong said, quickly take your dirty hands away. Qian reluctantly let go. Bibi Dong, these are your own hands, how can they be dirty? Your filthy soul is controlling my hands, what else could they be but dirty hands? Bibi Dong said, get out of my body now. Bibi Dong urged. She had just tried to awaken her second spirit, the soul-eating spider emperor, to devour the perverted soul occupying her body. But her spirit didn't respond. Not to mention her second spirit, even her first spirit, the death spider emperor, didn't respond. So she could only verbally condemn the soul occupying her body. Besides that, there was nothing she could do. Qian said helplessly, do you think I like your body? I don't know how to get out either. How is that possible? Bibi Dong didn't believe him. Just then, there was a knock on the door outside. Bibi Dong, are you in there? It's time to get up. A female voice came in. Qian was a bit flustered, because he didn't know Bibi Dong's close acquaintances. If he behaved improperly, would he be taken away and purified by qian xunji? Who is knocking? Qian asked. Bibi Dong also feared that others would discover her body was occupied by an evil soul, thus affecting her image. She said, that's my companion, Ling Yuan, one of Spirit Hall's golden generation, and also my guard. Then do you have a way to just send her away? Qian asked. No, I have an appointment with her today. Go open the door. Bibi Dong said. All right then. Qian could only get out of bed and go open the door for Ling Yuan. Your clothes, you haven't changed your clothes. We're not going to the training room today, wear that spirit master's robe. And your walking posture is too sloppy. Be more energetic, more confident. I am the Holy Maiden of Spirit Hall. Qian was flustered, saying to the door, Ling Yuan, wait a moment, I'm coming. While he went to wash up and change clothes, his pajamas fell to the ground, and Qian's eyes were instantly captivated by an expanse of fair skin. Small and delicate jade feet, each toe like a jade bead, a feast for the eyes. Long and full legs, a gentle curve to her waist and abdomen, a shapely figure with a height of nearly 1.7 meters that was just right, truly a top-tier physique. Unfortunately, it was of no use, he could only admire, willing but unable. Stop looking, pervert. By the way, you're not a man, are you? Bibi Dong asked. Qian changed the subject. How do I wear these clothes? Quickly guide me. Although it wasn't an elaborate gown, but a luxurious robe favored by spirit masters, Qian still didn't know how to wear it. Bibi Dong was indeed drawn in by Qian's words and began to guide him in dressing and tidying his hair. Fortunately, Bibi Dong was naturally beautiful and didn't need makeup, otherwise Qian truly wouldn't have known what to do. After dressing and washing up, Qian then controlled Bibi Dong's body to open the door. Under Bibi Dong's guidance, he also learned an elegant and confident gait, though he needed to work on his facial expressions. This was also thanks to this body not being weak, having good coordination, and muscle memory, so Qian didn't give himself away. Opening the door, he saw a woman dressed in a form-fitting black and red outfit. Ling Yuan was in her early 20s, radiant and generous, with a very curvaceous figure. Qian was afraid of giving himself away, so he didn't stare. There was nothing he could do, he had been in the remote Saint Spirit village for so long, it was rare to see a beauty, so he naturally wanted to take a few more glances. Bibi Dong, why are you so late today? Ling Yuan asked. I cultivated very late last night, so I overslept a bit. Qian replied. Ling Yuan didn't press further, but said, let's go, you promised yesterday that you'd go to the library with me to read. Ah, okay. Qian followed Ling Yuan. As he walked, he looked forward to the upcoming trip to the library. As an orphan, it was already difficult for Qian to secretly learn to read and write in the private school in Daihan village. Now that he had the opportunity to access Spirit Hall's cultivation knowledge, he naturally wouldn't let it go. "Hey Tilda, can you hear me?" Bibi Dong asked. Qian didn't answer, because he couldn't communicate through soul and couldn't speak, so he could only nod slightly. "Some time ago, I met a very powerful and talented spirit theory grandmaster in the library. Later, ask him if there's a way to solve our current problem, otherwise we'll just have to continue like this." Theory grandmaster. Could it be Yu Shaogang? No wonder Bibi Dong wanted to go to the library first thing in the morning. It turns out she was going to see Yu Shaogang. But with Yu Shaogang, if he could solve Tian's current problem, Tian would write his name backward. Bibi Dong chattered endlessly in Tian's mind, and Tian slowly learned about Spirit Hall from her words. "Here we are, this is the library." One was from the Golden Generation, and the other was the Supreme Pontiff's direct disciple. They entered the library without any hindrance. "He's really diligent, do you see him? That's him in the corner on the first floor," Bibi Dong said. Tian looked over and saw a depressed, short-haired, square-faced man who looked almost 30, sitting in the corner reading. The young Grandmaster, indeed, still didn't look young. Just then, another voice suddenly sounded in Tian's mind. "Open black lens bracket system of defying fate loaded, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket current mission, change Bibi Dong's ultimate destiny and led her towards light, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket stage reward, borrowing falsehood to cultivate truth, cultivate using Bibi Dong's body, spirit power can be fed back to the main body, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket final reward, second spirit, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket note, the current world is a parallel world. Differences from reality are normal, close black lens bracket. A system. Tian suddenly realized that his possession of Bibi Dong's body was the system at work. Change Bibi Dong's destiny. How is it considered changed? Tian asked. The system did not answer, only provided the mission details. Open black lens bracket 1. Prevent her from falling in love with Yu Shaogang. 2. Prevent her from blackening in the secret room, close black lens bracket. Chapter 3, First Meeting with Yu Shaogang. A second martial soul, this reward is too generous. And the permanent reward of, borrowing falsehood to cultivate truth, is exactly what Tian needs. His innate spirit power is only ranked 0.5. Even if he learned meditation method, it would be extremely difficult to improve his spirit power through cultivation. Bibi Dong, however, has innate full spirit power. If he could borrow her body to cultivate, Tian might be able to advance 3 ranks or even more in a year. In 6 years, he would also have a chance to cultivate and become a Spirit Grandmaster, successfully graduating from the Elementary Spirit Master Academy and receiving a monthly subsidy of 10 gold coins. 10 gold coins, for Tian's current spending habits, already counts as financial freedom. If he can complete the system's mission, Tian will also have the opportunity to acquire twin spirits and become a top expert on this Douluo continent. As for the 2 missions, even if the system didn't mention them, Tian would find a way to do them. Borrowing Bibi Dong's body for cultivation, he doesn't want to be locked in a secret room by xunji, nor does he want to fall in love with Yu Shaogang. Hurry up, what are you standing around for? Bibi Dong urged. Tian noticed that Ling Yuan had gone upstairs to read, seemingly intentionally giving Bibi Dong some private space. Sigh. Tian sighed and walked towards the corner where Yu Shaogang was. Yu Shaogang was carefully flipping through the Spirit Hall's collection of books, searching for a way to resolve the mutation of his own spirit. No, how can there be nothing? Even the Spirit Hall's books don't record my situation. Will I really never be able to break through rank 29 in this life? He is now 23 or 24, an age when one would typically graduate from an advanced Spirit Master Academy on the continent. The graduation requirement for an advanced Spirit Master Academy is generally to reach rank 30 spirit power, which means he is currently not even as good as the Spirit Masters from ordinary academies. This was unacceptable to the nobly born Yu Shaogang, so he unexpectedly went out to find a solution. The sect elders also expelled him from the sect on the grounds that he abused sect resources, so he could only leave the sect dejectedly. Fortunately, Spirit Hall took him in, giving him a place to stay. Among the tens of thousands of spirit masters in Spirit Hall, there must be someone who has encountered a similar predicament to mine. If this floor's library doesn't have it, the upstairs surely will. But as a discarded disciple of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, it's already not easy for me to join Spirit Hall. I don't even have the qualifications to read books upstairs. Yu Shaogang was very frustrated, feeling that Spirit Hall was hoarding its treasures. He didn't consider that with his cultivation level as a rank 29 Spirit Grandmaster, others could only serve as deacons in a small city's branch hall of Spirit Hall. Yet he could remain in Spirit City, which was already considered special treatment given by the higher-ups. Yu Shaogang finished reading a book, looked up, and saw Bibi Dong's exquisitely flawless face. "Bibi Dong, you're here." Yu Shaogang closed the book. Qi Tian nodded. I'm here." Yu Shaogang was a bit puzzled why Bibi Dong seemed somewhat cold today. Hadn't she been impressed by his talent? However, he still needed Bibi Dong's help to see the books upstairs, so he had to maintain their relationship. "Bibi Dong, you previously suggested I pursue the path of a spirit theory expert. I've recently compiled a set of spirit theories, would you like to take a look?" Before Qi Tian could answer, Bibi Dong urged him in his mind. He truly has extraordinary talent, he's already compiled a set of theories so quickly. "Bring it over, let me see." Qi Tian was a little speechless, he nodded and said, "Okay." Yu Shaogang was anxious. He felt Bibi Dong's attitude had changed. Why was she so cold? Never mind, once she reads my spirit theories, she will surely be impressed by my talent. Yu Shaogang thought confidently. He took out a small booklet and handed it to Qi Tian, saying, "This theory of mine is called, The 10 Core Competitivenesses of Martial Souls. Although there are still some deficiencies, I dare say no other spirit theory can surpass it." Qi Tian took the booklet and saw that it was indeed the same old argument. There are no useless spirits, only useless spirit masters. Well said. Bibi Dong cheered in Qi Tian's mind. Qi Tian's face darkened. What was good about this? Since he was occupying her body, he might as well use her body to confront Yu Shaogang directly, saving himself from being bothered by Yu Shaogang later. "Grandmaster, you said there are no useless spirits, only useless spirit masters. May I ask, is your spirit a useless spirit?" Yu Shaogang was stunned, not understanding why Bibi Dong asked this. "Also, she used to call me Yu Shaogang, now she calls me Grandmaster. Is she captivated by my talent? My spirit is certainly not a useless spirit." He wouldn't contradict his own theory right away. Qi Tian continued. "Then Grandmaster, if you cannot break through rank 29, are you a useless spirit master?" Before Yu Shaogang could answer, Bibi Dong started chattering in Qi Tian's mind. "What are you doing? How can you call him useless? Give my body back." Qi Tian ignored her and looked at Yu Shaogang. Yu Shaogang frowned. "Bibi Dong, I am unable to break through the rank 29 bottleneck because of a malignant spirit mutation." "Then, does that mean your spirit is a useless spirit?" Yu Shaogang was speechless. If he insisted on his theory, it would mean he was a useless spirit master. If he was a useless spirit master, then what was his theory? A useless theory. Qi Tian then looked at other theories, many of which were common sense nonsense, content taught in Spirit Master Academies. For example, innate spirit power rank is directly proportional to spirit strength, spirit mimicry theory, spirit ring limit theory, spirit mutation theory, and so on, a string of useless content. This is also why these books are placed on the first floor of the library, deeper knowledge is all upstairs. Qi Tian merely glanced at them and said, "These theories of yours must all be excerpts from the books on this floor, right?" Yu Shaogang's heart tightened, and he took back his 10 core competencies of spirits, a theory with a 90% plagiarism rate. "That's not true, Bibi Dong, you've misunderstood." Yu Shaogang denied. Qi Tian picked up a book from his table, which happened to be a book describing spirit mimicry cultivation. He pointed to a section identical to Yu Shaogang's theory and asked, "If you didn't copy this, did our spirit hall copy it?" Bibi Dong also saw where Qi Tian was pointing and immediately fell silent, no longer arguing for Yu Shaogang. She seemed to realize her own ignorance and Yu Shaogang's deceitful behavior. Bibi Dong, you must have seen it wrong. How is this the same as my theory? Yu Shaogang broke out in a cold sweat, not understanding why Bibi Dong had changed so much today and was no longer easy to fool. Seeing that Bibi Dong was about to speak again, he quickly put away the books and walked out of the library. Bibi Dong, I'm not feeling well today, so I won't accompany you in reading. Chapter 4, Spirit Meditation Method, Confession to Bibi Dong. After Yu Shaogang left, Qi Tian ignored him and found a few books to read. Oh, I thought you were quite impressive refuting Yu Shaogang. I thought you had some real skill. Why are you reading these basic cultivation books? Bibi Dong felt she had lost face earlier and now wanted to get it back from Qi Tian. Qi Tian ignored Bibi Dong's sarcasm and explained, I was just stating a fact. He was currently reading a basic spirit meditation method, which described how to quickly enter a meditative state and absorb external energy through one's spirit. Before long, Qi Tian finished reading and prepared to practice. The library was very safe, so Qi Tian directly closed his eyes, tried to communicate with his spirit, and began meditating and cultivating. Like muscle memory, Qi Tian easily found the location of his spirit. One was a dark green soul-eating spider emperor, and the other was a death spider emperor with a black carapace and a body covered in green fuzz. The soul-eating spider emperor had not yet undergone cultivation, while under the death spider emperor, 5 spirit rings were already pulsating. The young Bibi Dong had already reached a spirit king cultivation level of over level 50. Qi Tian was startled by the appearance of the 2 spirits, waking up from his meditative state and gasping for air. So you really can't cultivate? Bibi Dong mocked. Do you want me to teach you a cultivation method even more profound than this basic meditation method? No need. Qi Tian replied softly. He wanted to start from the basics and become a spirit master steadily. Qi Tian reread the method once more, then began practicing again. This time, he did not fail, entering a meditative cultivation state through the soul-eating spider emperor. The soul-eating spider emperor had not been cultivated before, making it perfectly suitable for a beginner like Qi Tian. Unconsciously, the sky gradually darkened, and Qi Tian, roused by Ling Yuan's call, awoke from his shallow cultivation state. Bibi Dong, why are you cultivating here? Wouldn't it be better to cultivate in the cultivation room? Ling Yuan asked, somewhat puzzled. On a whim, Qi Tian explained with a smile, then followed Ling Yuan to the cafeteria for dinner. After dinner, Qi Tian parted ways with Ling Yuan and, guided by Bibi Dong, returned to her exclusive bedroom. Qi Tian was about to wash up and rest, but he was stopped by Bibi Dong scolding in his mind. Pervert, don't touch my body, and don't use my body to bathe. Qi Tian helplessly said, if I don't bathe, you'll complain I'm dirty, but if I bathe, you'll call me a pervert. What am I supposed to do? It's all your fault. I told you to ask Yu Shaogang for a way to separate us, but you actually angered him away. Bibi Dong said. Qi Tian waved his hand and said, he can't even solve his own spirit problem, do you think he can solve ours? Bibi Dong fell silent. Qi Tian continued, I don't know why you trust him so much. Could it be that you haven't read enough books and were deceived by him? Nonsense. As the holy maiden of Spirit Hall, how could I have read too few books? Bibi Dong retorted, unconvinced. Then how many books have you read? Qi Tian asked. Only 30 or 40, 300 or 400, perhaps. Bibi Dong said, feeling a little guilty. As soon as she entered Spirit Hall, Qian Xunji took her as a disciple. She didn't study at the Spirit Master Academy, so her theoretical knowledge was lacking. To get Bibi Dong to open up, Qi Tian decided to tell her some things frankly. Bibi Dong, I am actually a lone soul from the future. From the future. Ha ha ha, I think Yu Shaogang isn't the liar, you are. Bibi Dong laughed. Qi Tian continued, I'm not lying to you, I really am from the future. Otherwise, how would I dare to refute Yu Shaogang's theories? Then tell me what I will become in the future. Bibi Dong didn't take him seriously. Intending to tease Qi Tian, Qian pondered, in the future, you will become the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall. HMPH. I'm the Supreme Pontiff's personal disciple. If I don't become the Supreme Pontiff in the future, who will? You should at least make up something I can't guess. Bibi Dong felt it was only natural for her to become the Supreme Pontiff. Qian, however, said, all previous Supreme Pontiffs of Spirit Hall possessed the six-winged angel martial soul. Even if you are the Supreme Pontiff's personal disciple, you won't become the Supreme Pontiff. How is that possible? Teacher only accepted me as a disciple. If he doesn't let me be the Supreme Pontiff, who else can he pass the position to? Qian analyzed, after a spirit master breaks through to titled Douluo, their lifespan greatly increases. Why do you think he won't take on more disciples or have offspring? Oh, you're right. Bibi Dong thought about it and realized it was true. She had only cultivated for 12 years. With the long lifespan of a titled Douluo, cultivating another successor wouldn't be that difficult. Then why do you say I will become the Supreme Pontiff? Bibi Dong asked. Because the current Supreme Pontiff died young. When he died, his six-winged angel martial soul successor was only 8 years old and unable to take over the position of Supreme Pontiff. Xunji had spirit Douluo cultivation level when he took over the position of Supreme Pontiff. An 8-year-old child naturally couldn't take over such a grand position. What? Teacher will die young. Quickly tell me how teacher died. I want to tell him so he can avoid an early death. Bibi Dong said urgently. Because of you. Qian said. Because of me. Did teacher die at the hands of an enemy while saving me? Bibi Dong guessed. No, because the previous Supreme Pontiff was killed by you. Qian replied. How is that possible? Bibi Dong's voice, like a startled cat, suddenly echoed in Qian's mind. You're lying to me, aren't you? Teacher is so good to me, how could I kill him? Bibi Dong didn't believe it. Qian continued, because you fell in love with Yu Shaogang and wanted to give up your identity as the Holy Maiden of Spirit Hall to elope with him. The Supreme Pontiff was furious, imprisoned you in a secret room, raped you, and then threatened Yu Shaogang's life to make you bear his child. You have innate full spirit power, so the child you have with the Supreme Pontiff would definitely have the best six-winged angel martial soul. Didn't I just say, only those with the six-winged angel martial soul can inherit Spirit Hall? When your child was 8 years old, you used the soul-devouring devil spider to kill the Supreme Pontiff, then devoured his spirit and spirit power. Impossible, impossible. You're lying to me, aren't you? How could teacher do such a thing? Bibi Dong didn't believe it. Xunji had taken her as a disciple, always presenting himself as a dignified, noble, and honorable mentor. How could he covet her body? What good would it do me to lie to you? Qian said. Bibi Dong refused to believe Qian. She said, you devil, don't you dare slander my teacher again. Affected by Qian's words, she now felt disgusted thinking of Xunji, so she blamed all of it on Qian. All right, if you don't believe it, then don't. Just don't go tell your teacher about this. Also, you should read more books in the future and stop being deceived by Yu Shaogang. He probably wants to use your identity to access important Spirit Hall classics, hoping to find a way to solve his mutated spirit problem. Chapter 5, Bibi Dong's Spirit Power. I won't listen, I won't listen. I won't listen to a word you say, you devil. Bibi Dong said. Qian said helplessly, if you won't listen, then forget about it. Just make sure you don't provoke your teacher. If you really want to test your teacher's attitude, we can go tell the Supreme Pontiff that Yu Shaogang wants to pursue you and see how he reacts. Bibi Dong fell silent, unsure if she should test the truth of this matter. Yu Shaogang is an outcast of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. If he were truly so talented, the family would never have kicked him out. The Supreme Pontiff taking this trash into Spirit Hall must be to send 2 pieces of information to the outside world. First, it shows that Spirit Hall can accept an outcast of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, which serves to win over the hearts of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Second, it makes the other 2 upper sects think that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan has already sided with Spirit Hall, which serves to divide them and defeat them one by one. Therefore, Yu Shaogang is of great significance. If the Supreme Pontiff severely punishes Yu Shaogang for trying to pursue you, it means he really has designs on you. Bibi Dong was lost in thought. She was still an ignorant young girl who only knew how to cultivate and hadn't thought about these things at all. Does Yu Shaogang really want to pursue me? Bibi Dong asked. Yes. If you don't believe me, just wait. Although I ridiculed him earlier, you are so easily deceived that he will definitely come looking for us again. Qian said. Bibi Dong retorted unconvinced, you're the one who's easily deceived. I haven't been fooled by him. Also, there's no need to test the teacher. I believe he is not that kind of person. Bibi Dong still had some doubts in her heart, she just didn't want to expose them and ruin her stable life. You're not easily deceived. Then why do you call Yu Shaogang a grandmaster of spirit theory? Qian ruthlessly mocked. As the son of a clan chief, the fact that even his own family could not tolerate him was enough to prove how serious Yu Shaogang's problems were. Stop talking. Get out of my body, you devil. Bibi Dong scolded. Qian ignored her, sat cross-legged on the bed, and continued today's cultivation. Unknowingly, Qian fell into deep meditation. Early in the morning, Qian woke up from his state of cultivation. Hiss, this broken wooden bed is so uncomfortable. Qian stretched. Wait, I'm back. Qian touched his chest, which was flat, and looked around, discovering that he had actually returned to the dilapidated wooden house in Daihan village. Is this real? Or a dream? Qian felt his dantian and discovered that there was indeed an extra wisp of spirit power in his body. This wisp of spirit power revealed a hint of the soul-devouring devil spider's aura, which was absorbed by his spirit. And his blue-silver grass, after being nourished by this wisp of spirit power, seemed to have taken on a bit of the soul-devouring devil spider's aura. Hiss, this is actually real. Qian could hardly believe it. Although this spirit power fused perfectly with his own spirit power, it was definitely not something his blue-silver grass spirit could have cultivated. Qian had a premonition that his spirit might mutate because of the soul-devouring devil spider's spirit power. I hope it can really mutate, otherwise, blue-silver grass without the blue-silver emperor bloodline simply cannot compare to Tang San's spirit. Qian got up to make breakfast. After a whole night, he was already starving. My soul possessing Bibi Dong's body doesn't seem to have had any negative impact on my mind or body. Qian felt as if he had just had a good sleep and wasn't tired from lack of rest. I wonder if I can possess Bibi Dong and cultivate again tonight. Qian thought. If he could possess her again, Qian would effectively have twice as much time to cultivate compared to others. Even though I can cultivate spirit power while possessing Bibi Dong, I can't train my physique, so I should exercise more. After finishing breakfast, Qian hurriedly finished his work for the day, processing blue-silver grass, weaving various items, and sending the finished products for consignment. Because of the increase in his spirit power, his speed was much faster today. However, in order to make a living, he was busy until noon before he finished everything. After eating lunch, just as Qian was about to cultivate, he suddenly heard a knock on the door. Qian opened the door quickly. Outside was the village elder Bade. Qian hurriedly opened the door and welcomed him in. Bade looked around the interior of Qian's house, which was filled with various handicrafts and raw materials. He was well aware that these were all Qian's masterpieces. What a hard-working child, the old village elder exclaimed. Grandpa village elder, is there something the matter? Qian brought over a straw stool for him to sit on. Bade withdrew his gaze and didn't sit down. He stated his purpose directly. Among the children in the village, you are the only one who can cultivate a spirit, so the work-study student quota for the village goes to you. Nuoding Academy opens in 4 months. Prepare yourself well. When the time comes, go to the city with young brother Yuan at the village entrance. That young brother Yuan at the village entrance was a traveling merchant who often went to the city to sell and buy goods. Currently, Qian's handicrafts were mainly sold to him, and he would take them to the city to be sold. Qian's parents used to consult him for advice, which was why he was willing to help Qian sell his handicrafts. However, because the village couldn't accommodate so many merchants, Qian's parents wanted to go to the border to be traders to make money, but they never returned. Bade handed the relevant documents to Qian and told him to keep them safe. Grandpa village elder, I understand. Qian breathed a sigh of relief. The work-study student quota was finally in his hands. Sensible child, if I weren't so busy, I would definitely take you to school myself. After delivering the materials, he left Qian's house. Qian closed the door and began his strength training for the day. When he was exhausted, he began meditating to cultivate. Although the efficiency of his spirit in converting spirit power was not as high as Bibi Dong's spirit, it was better than nothing, and Qian would not give up cultivating his blue-silver grass. Cultivation is too slow. I wonder if it would be better if I planted blue-silver grass all around the house. His spirit was blue-silver grass. If he could cultivate in a mimetic environment of a blue-silver grass field, it should be a little faster, right? After finishing his cultivation, Qian fell onto the bed and fell asleep. Early in the morning, after getting up, Qian subconsciously touched his chest. Did I really transmigrate again? As soon as his hand was placed there, Bibi Dong's voice rang out in his mind. Why are you here again? Let go, don't do this again. Bibi Dong said helplessly. Qian awkwardly withdrew his hand and said, sorry, it's a habit. I thought it was my own body. How could Bibi Dong believe that? Who would slap their own chest as soon as they woke up in the morning? Your soul can clearly leave my body, yet you lied to me and said you didn't know how to leave. You liar. Qian was very innocent, he didn't know the principle behind the system making him possess her either. I really don't know how to leave. By the way, how long has my soul been gone? Qian asked. A full day and night. Bibi Dong said. Qian suddenly realized, if that was the case, the time flow here was 2-to-1 compared to the outside. Chapter 6, Bibi Dong's Spirit Abilities. Bibi Dong was free half the time. If that was the case, anything dangerous she did would also affect Qian. You didn't do anything irrational yesterday, did you? Qian asked. This is my body. I do whatever I want. What does that have to do with you? Bibi Dong felt baffled. How is it not my business? I don't want to wake up trapped in a secret room or facing some life or death crisis. Qian said. Bibi Dong anxiously said, you're talking nonsense. Don't mention the secret room again. As soon as Qian mentioned the secret room, she recalled the things he had told her, which now made her afraid to visit her teacher. Fine, I won't mention it. For the safety of my soul and the safety of your body, please act cautiously. Qian pleaded. Bibi Dong was noncommittal. She had been happy for a while after waking up yesterday morning and realizing she had regained control of her body. Remembering Qian saying she was ignorant, she spent the rest of yesterday reading books instead of just cultivating. Sure enough, Qian was right. Yu Shaogang deliberately approached her again yesterday, attempting to pique her interest with some theories. Remembering Qian's words, Bibi Dong patiently chatted with Yu Shaogang, trying to test him. As expected, Yu Shaogang used the excuse of perfecting his theories to borrow more profound spirit classics from the upstairs library. Only then did Bibi Dong realize that what Qian said might be true. However, she still didn't completely trust Qian. Even if he came from the future, who knew if he was just making up stories to deceive her? What if he came from a force trying to overthrow Spirit Hall, aiming to drive a wedge between her and her teacher? Therefore, she decided to only believe half of what Qian said, at most. You don't have anything planned for today, do you? Qian asked. Bibi Dong snapped out of her thoughts and replied, no. What do you want to do with my body? Qian said, I want to find a place to test your spirit abilities and familiarize myself with your fighting style. If I encounter danger while I'm in your body, I'll be able to handle it. This is Spirit City, the safest place on the Douluo continent. How could we encounter danger? What if you need to go out for practical training? You're already a Spirit King, are you going to stay in Spirit City forever? As soon as Qian finished speaking, Bibi Dong recalled the unhappened events he had told her about yesterday. Yes, if what he said is true, then going out for training will allow me to avoid that incident. If what he said is false, going out for training will still increase my experience and combat knowledge. So, whether he is telling the truth or not, going out for training won't hurt. Qian had convinced Bibi Dong. The fact that she possessed twin spirits was top secret in Spirit Hall, so she wasn't required to participate in many of Spirit Hall's affairs. With her talent, she could have represented the Spirit Master Academy in next year's Advanced Spirit Master Tournament, but her teacher forbade her from participating. All right, let's go to the training grounds. Bibi Dong said. Let's go. Qian rolled out of bed and opened Bibi Dong's wardrobe. Although she had a noble identity, she was still a young girl. The wardrobe full of beautiful clothes dazzled Qian, who didn't know which set to choose. Unlike himself, who was poor and only had 2 sets of clothes to change into, relying on just one coat to get through winter. Choose the black training uniform. Bibi Dong instructed. Qian picked up a black training uniform and started changing clothes. Ah, stop looking. You must be a perverted lecher. Bibi Dong exclaimed. Her skin was fair and smooth, with tiny pores, like silk or warm jade, and felt excellent to the touch. I'm actually a woman too, so what does it matter if I look? Qian lied. Bibi Dong wouldn't believe it. I don't believe you. What woman would be unable to look away when seeing another woman's body? First, I didn't stop moving, and second, you're so beautiful that even other women would enjoy looking. That's right. My beauty, Bibi Dong's beauty, is unparalleled. Bibi Dong felt delighted after Qian praised her. However, she only believed half of what Qian said. She had already concluded that the soul occupying her body was male. HMPH. I won't change clothes when I sleep anymore, to avoid benefiting this perverted lecher again. Bibi Dong thought. I'm going to spend the night at the Douluo hall. I want to see if you can seize my body right under the nose of a titled Douluo. Qian slowly finished changing clothes and tidied her hair before heading to the training grounds under Bibi Dong's guidance. The training grounds on Spirit Mountain was highly private. Currently, only Qian was there, as ordinary spirit masters were not allowed to train here. Qian summoned the spirit and began testing the spirit abilities. Bibi Dong's spirit rings were the perfect configuration of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, and black. With a thought from Qian, the first spirit ring beneath her feet lit up. This was an offensive skill called Open Black Lens Bracket Death Poison Sting Close Black Lens Bracket. The phantom of the Death Spider Emperor behind her shot out a dark green beam using a spider leg, stabbing fiercely. Qian's heart pounded just watching it. If he were hit, he would probably skip the poisoning process and just die instantly. How can you not even use martial soul possession? You can't cultivate, can you? Bibi Dong said, speechless. Martial soul possession is an ability mastered by a beast spirit after absorbing its first spirit ring, allowing the spirit to attach to the body and enhance the user's abilities. Who said that? Is it wrong for me to be a tool spirit? Qian argued. He carefully sensed how to use the spirit again and successfully achieved martial soul possession. After Bibi Dong, who possessed 5 spirit rings, used martial soul possession, tiny, nearly invisible fine hairs grew on her body, along with spider legs on her back. Unfortunately, there was no mirror, so Qian couldn't see the changes on her face. However, the skin on her hands was still fair, so the changes on her face were probably minimal. The spirit spider legs were very long. Qian could suspend her body and walk using the spider legs, which greatly increased her speed and agility. Bibi Dong's second spirit ability was called Open Black Lens Bracket Spider Sense Close Black Lens Bracket. The tiny fine hairs on the spirit carried poison that spread into the air, causing people to die from poisoning without realizing it, a great skill for mass attacks against weaker foes. Furthermore, it could sense the surrounding environment, significantly enhancing her perception. The third spirit ring beneath Qian's feet lit up, and a massive dark purple spider web shot out, accompanied by a terrifying poisonous fog attack. Do you even know how to use spirit abilities? Can't you release that spirit ability from somewhere else? Bibi Dong said, feeling ashamed. This was because Qian had no comprehension of the spirit or the spirit ability. When he used this spirit ability, he actually shot out a purple light spider web directly from the spider's abdomen. Although it was the spirit's action, she felt it intensely after using martial soul possession. She was a woman, doing that was simply too shameful. Chapter 7, Bibi Dong takes action. Sorry, I'm just getting used to it. Qian said, a little embarrassed. Soon, he adapted. He could shoot out a spider web with a raised hand, or release the spirit ability by opening his mouth. Bibi Dong felt much more at ease then, at least he wasn't releasing spirit abilities from embarrassing places. Qian looked at a pillar on the edge of the training ground, raised his hand, and shot. A spider web immediately wrapped around the pillar. Then he retracted the spider web, hanging in the air, transforming into a Spider-Man. How did you think of this method? Bibi Dong asked in shock. She herself had never thought of using this method to fly. In some special terrains, using spider webs this way would be incredibly effective. Qian said, this, of course, comes from the wisdom of the future. If you don't want to say, then don't. Bibi Dong noted down this method of using the spider web. Although this spirit ability was a 1000-year spirit ring skill, the power of the spider web was controlled by the amount of spirit power input. Therefore, its consumption was not very high, and her spirit power could support multiple releases of this spirit ability. Immediately after, Qian familiarized himself with her remaining 2 spirit abilities, open black lens bracket thorn spider armor close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket spider emperor's fury close black lens bracket. After familiarizing himself with the spirit abilities, Qian controlled his martial soul possession body, performing various movements to get used to the speed and strength. After martial soul possession, he could even ignore terrain and sprint quickly, like an alien, which was extremely terrifying. These spider legs are a bit ugly, but they're so flexible and quite useful. Qian exclaimed. Bibi Dong immediately became displeased. Where are these spider legs ugly? You should reflect on whether you lack aesthetic sense. Qian chuckled and suggested, after your martial soul possession, your spider legs are so flexible. Have you ever thought about learning some close combat techniques? Like boxing or weapons. When you get close, it's 8 legs against 2 hands, you're sure to win. Bibi Dong thought about it, and it seemed true. I'll consider it. After a while, Qian's spirit power was exhausted, and he began cultivating his spirit power. Using Bibi Dong's spirit also consumed a lot of his mental energy. Just controlling those 8 spider legs was very taxing. However, this training also made Qian understand the future direction of his blue-silver grass cultivation. He wanted to cultivate his blue-silver grass to be as agile and responsive as a beast spirit. At night, Bibi Dong didn't allow Qian to bathe. Qian didn't want to displease her, so he complied, replacing sleep with cultivation. In the early morning, Qian got up from his broken wooden plank bed. I'm back again. Qian felt another wisp of spirit power in his dantian and nodded in satisfaction. I won't weave mats today, I'll go dig up some blue-silver grass to plant. In the morning, Qian went to the wilderness and dug up a lot of blue-silver grass, planting it all around his house. In the afternoon, after his physical training, he began practicing controlling the blue-silver grass. Blue-silver bind. The blue-silver grass in Qian's hand trembled slightly, showing no sign of entangling. Alas, sure enough, tool spirits are much more troublesome to control than beast spirits. But Qian didn't give up. He planned to practice this cultivation every day, hoping to make his blue-silver grass as flexible as a beast spirit. Moreover, his cultivation today was not without gains. At least he could make the blue-silver grass tremble. That day, while Bibi Dong was reading, Yu Shaogang came to find her again. Bibi Dong frowned. Her filter for Yu Shaogang had already been broken. He wasn't handsome, his talent was fake, and his cultivation talent was poor. Bibi Dong really couldn't bring herself to like him. Yu Shaogang didn't notice Bibi Dong's disdain. He asked, Bibi Dong, I saw in a book yesterday that the last spirit master to awaken twin spirits died when absorbing a spirit ring, right? I seem to have told him the secret of twin spirits. Bibi Dong felt a bit regretful. This secret was only known to her teacher and some high-ranking officials of the spirit hall, and now Yu Shaogang was added to that list. That's right. Bibi Dong replied, steeling herself. Bibi Dong, you don't want to die like that in the future, do you? I can help you solve this problem. But I need more theoretical knowledge support. Can you let me go upstairs to read books? Yu Shaogang revealed his true intentions. He actually liked Bibi Dong, this beautiful girl, but in front of his future, Bibi Dong's beauty was nothing. Bibi Dong frowned, thinking to herself, he's got a big mouth. But my spirit is indeed a problem. It was precisely for this reason that she dared not easily cultivate her other spirit, fearing she might also die inexplicably. No, I think I have a solution. Bibi Dong's eyes lit up. She remembered Qian. He claimed to be a soul from the future, and in the future, she became the supreme pontiff. This meant she wouldn't die in the future because of cultivating twin spirits. If Qian had a way, he could definitely obtain the cultivation mysteries of twin spirits. This would not only help her solve the problem but also prove that Qian truly came from the future. Bibi Dong actually felt a little anticipation for Qian's arrival. Yu Shaogang saw Bibi Dong's eyes seemingly glowing and thought she was moved by him. But Bibi Dong's cold reply immediately shattered his illusion. Yu Shaogang, these are the rules of the spirit hall. If you want to go upstairs, you can apply to my teacher. Yu Shaogang's heart sank, and he said heartbrokenly, Bibi Dong, don't you want to solve the trouble of twin spirits? Bibi Dong shook her head and said, no need, I already have a solution. What solution? Yu Shaogang's heart stirred. If Bibi Dong had a solution, he could completely appropriate it. What if this method could solve his problem of malicious spirit mutation? Even if it couldn't solve his own problem, he could include it in the 10 core competitivenesses of martial souls and become famous throughout the world. Sorry, this is a secret of the spirit hall. Bibi Dong said. She then remembered the significance of Yu Shaogang and changed her tone, saying, unless you exchange it for an equally important secret method or secret recipe. Yu Shaogang came from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, one of the upper 3 sects. His sect should have many secret medicine recipes and inherited secret methods. If he could produce them, she might give him some benefits. Bibi Dong thought. Yu Shaogang's expression changed. He understood Bibi Dong's meaning. It wasn't that he didn't want to betray his sect, but his Luo Sanpao spirit couldn't learn the sect's secret methods. He only knew one secret medicine recipe, and he didn't know if he could exchange it for anything. Bibi Dong, this is a secret medicine recipe from our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. I wonder if it can be exchanged for your method. Yu Shaogang reluctantly took out a medicine recipe. This was a medicinal bath recipe for physical recovery. In the future, when the Shrek 7 devils overtrained their bodies, he would use this recipe. Bibi Dong took the recipe and said, I will give it to the professional physicians of the Spirit Hall to verify its authenticity. I will reply to you in a couple of days. Yu Shaogang opened his mouth, but in the end, said nothing. Chapter 8, Bibi Dong's Trust. The next morning, after Qian got up, he touched his chest again. Although his pectorals were still magnificent, the feel was wrong. No way, why aren't you wearing pajamas to sleep? HMPH, I knew you would do this, so I changed into my clothes last night. Bibi Dong said smugly. However, she still softened up and did not go to the Douluo hall to have titled Douluo guard her while she rested. Fine, you win, Qian said. He got up, washed up, and tidied his hair. Do you know about twin spirits? Bibi Dong asked. Qian nodded and said, yes, why? Then do you know how to solve the cultivation problem for twin spirits? The Spirit Hall's ancient texts record that the previous twin spirits cultivator died when their meridians burst during cultivation. Only then did Qian remember that Bibi Dong seemed not yet to have summarized the cultivation method for twin spirits. I know this, but you can't expose this secret, Qian said. Bibi Dong let out a sigh of relief. The problem that had troubled her was solved just like that. Hurry up and tell me. I absolutely won't tell anyone. Anyway, she was the only one with twin spirits in the spirit hall, so whether the secret leaked or not made no difference. If your method works, I'll forgive you for molesting me, Bibi Dong said. How did I molest you? Qian was very innocent, he was clearly touching his own chest. Actually, solving the conflict of twin spirits is very simple. Strengthen physical fitness and mental force. As long as the physique and mental force are strong enough, the twin spirits cultivator won't explode and die. I suggest you cultivate the Death Spider Emperor first, and after breaking through to titled Douluo, then attach spirit rings to the other spirit. Strengthening physical fitness and mental force, it's that simple. Bibi Dong found it unbelievable. It's not simple at all. In the future, I exercised my body to exhaustion every day before stopping. Qian spouted nonsense. That's why I touch my chest every morning when I wake up. It's not molesting you, but subconsciously massaging and relaxing my own pectoral muscles. So that's it. Bibi Dong suddenly realized. So you should still wear pajamas to sleep. That way, you'll sleep better, and your body will recover faster. Qian suggested. All right. Bibi Dong agreed, but she always felt something was off. Qian continued, to strengthen physical fitness, you must not only exercise your body but also absorb high-quality spirit rings and spirit bones. Spirit bone. Correct. Besides spirit bones, there are also some medicines, heaven and earth treasure, and so on. What medicines? What heaven and earth treasure? Bibi Dong asked. Qian said, I'm telling you, but you can't tell anyone, or once the spirit hall makes a move, the price of medicine across the entire continent will rise. I understand. You must be very poor in the future, right? So you're afraid that if the price of medicinal ingredients goes up, you won't be able to afford them. Bibi Dong said smugly, thinking she had caught Qian's weakness. Qian didn't explain, letting Bibi Dong continue misunderstanding. Could a parallel world even affect the prices in the real world? There is a medicine called whale glue, which nobles use as an aphrodisiac, but whale glue can actually strengthen the body. Whale glue. Okay, I'll go ask. Bibi Dong wrote down the medicine. She then thought that Qian seemed to say he exercised his body to exhaustion every day, which wasn't good for his health. There is a medical prescription on my desk. It is a secret formula used by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan to restore the body. Consider it your reward. She had already gone to the Spirit Hall physician yesterday, and this medicinal bath secret formula was genuine. However, its value was not great for the Spirit Hall. Therefore, Bibi Dong would not give the twin spirit's secret to Yu Shaogang, but instead let him choose 2 ancient texts from upstairs to read. Medical prescription. Qian's heart stirred. He walked to the desk and wrote down the prescription. Thank you very much, Qian said gratefully. He really needed this secret formula right now. With this secret formula, he could exercise his body without worry. Your thanks are too insincere, aren't they? You won't even tell me your name. Bibi Dong said. Qian opened his mouth, planning to make up a name to fool her. But Bibi Dong seemed to have guessed what he was about to say. Forget it. Even if you told me, it would definitely be fake. You're afraid that I'll use the Spirit Hall's power to find trouble for you later, aren't you? Ah, yes, Qian said. Seeing that she had guessed correctly, Bibi Dong said, why are you so guilty? You're not really a man, are you? She recalled that Qian seemed to have only done one thing to offend her, which was molesting her. If Qian were female, Bibi Dong wouldn't care too much. Since Qian was so guilty, he must be male. Not exactly, Qian answered truthfully. He was still just a child. I don't care. You must find me a way to enhance mental force, or I won't forgive you. Bibi Dong had learned how to utilize Qian. She now calmly accepted him and planned to maximize his usefulness. Enhance mental force. Qian thought of the immortal herb, autumn water clarity dew. His soul was in this body. If he consumed the autumn water clarity dew in this world, would his mental force also increase? The ice and fire yin-yang well shouldn't have been occupied by Douluo Bo yet, right? Even if Douluo Bo occupied it, he couldn't withstand the might of the Spirit Hall. Getting an immortal herb would be simple, wouldn't it? Did you think of something? Bibi Dong asked. Yes, actually, absorbing a wisdom skull bone can enhance mental force. Qian answered truthfully. Bibi Dong noted the sentence, but she felt Qian must be holding back something. Time flew by. Every day, Qian cultivated using his own body and cultivated using Bibi Dong's body. After more than 3 months, his spirit power surprisingly broke through to rank 2. One must know that with his innate spirit power talent of rank 0.5, improving by rank 1 in a year would be considered good. But with the help of Bibi Dong's talent, he actually increased his spirit power by rank 1.5 in nearly 4 months. Qian sat cross-legged among the blue-silver grass, cultivating. His cultivation speed was much faster than relying solely on meditation. He also tried to sense the surrounding blue-silver grass like Tang San, resonate with it, and cultivate an embryonic domain. But this seemed to require mental force support, which Qian's current cultivation level couldn't achieve. However, Qian successfully cultivated control over his own spirit. Blue-silver bind. The blue-silver grass in Qian's hand grew 2 meters long, instantly binding tightly with the surrounding blue-silver grass. He pulled hard, directly snapping the surrounding binding mass. Although the blue-silver grass spirit was fragile, it was tougher than ordinary blue-silver grass, though it probably couldn't compare to spirit beast blue-silver grass. For ordinary plants to evolve into spirit beasts, they also require opportunities. If a yin sapling were planted here, these blue-silver grass should be able to evolve quickly and raise their cultivation level. In a few years, this place might grow into a blue-silver forest. This made him even more eager for the Blue-Silver Emperor's sapling. Chapter 9. Enrolling as a work-study student. In Nuoding City, Qian, carrying a large bundle on his back, parted ways with the merchant who had given him a ride into the city. The merchant still had business to attend to, and Qian didn't want to trouble him to take him to Nuoding Academy to register. Nuoding Academy, here I come. Qian headed west of the city. He had 2 goals in enrolling as a work-study student at Nuoding Academy. One was to obtain a spirit ring, and the other was the mysterious heaven skill. Spirit beasts are not found everywhere, they generally only live in spirit beast forests. If he didn't enroll as a work-study student at the academy, he would have to pay mercenaries to hunt spirit beasts to obtain a spirit ring. But with his blue-silver grass martial soul, it would be too unsafe to rashly seek out mercenaries. It would be better to enter the academy as a work-study student and then ask a teacher for help. As for the mysterious heaven skill, he planned to try through Xiao Wu's connections. Given Tang San and Xiao Wu's relationship, the possibility of obtaining the mysterious heaven skill through Xiao Wu was not small. Xiao Wu, you wouldn't want Spirit Hall to know that you're a transformed spirit beast, would you? Of course, Qian would only do this when he could defeat Xiao Wu, otherwise, rashly threatening Xiao Wu like this would be courting death. West of Nuoding City, Qian searched for a long time before finding Nuoding Academy. Nuoding Academy's footprint wasn't very large, but its walls and gate were grand, exuding an ancient aura. This reminded Qian of schools in his previous life that focused on building grand gates instead of dormitories. Nuoding Academy was much the same. The gatekeeper glanced at him as he approached. Seeing Qian's simple attire and the large sack woven from blue-silver grass on his back, the gatekeeper felt a bit disdainful. Go. This is Nuoding Junior Spirit Master Academy. If you want to beg for food, go somewhere else. The gatekeeper waved his hand, telling Qian to leave. Qian wasn't annoyed, instead, he took out his martial soul awakening certificate and the certificate from his village. Big brother, I am this year's work-study student from Daihan village. Can you make an exception and let me in to register? Work-study student. Nuoding Academy hasn't had work-study students for several years. You're not faking it, are you? The gatekeeper suspiciously took the certificate. Blue-silver grass martial soul, innate spirit power level 0.5. And you dare to come to a Spirit Master Academy with that? Do you think a Spirit Master Academy is a charity? He threw the martial soul awakening certificate back to Qian. He didn't say he would let him in, but he also didn't tell him to leave again. Qian's heart stirred. He knew this person wanted a toll, but Qian was penniless and would never give him his hard-earned money. May I ask, Big Brother Gatekeeper, what is your innate spirit power level? Qian asked. The gatekeeper opened his mouth. If he could cultivate, would he be guarding the gate of a Junior Spirit Master Academy? Wouldn't it be better to guard the gate of Spirit Hall? Go, making fun of me, are you? Get out of here. Qian took 2 steps back, avoiding the gatekeeper's touch. After several months of cultivation, his body was now very agile. You can't cultivate, can you? Aren't you afraid someone will retaliate against you in the future for making things difficult for a potential spirit master? Qian pressed on. The gatekeeper's heart skipped a beat. He had only been on the job for a few years, and the students he had exploited had not yet graduated. If they graduated, they might indeed retaliate against him. What nonsense are you talking about? When did I exploit you? I just wanted to confirm you weren't faking it. The gatekeeper argued. Qian extended his hand, and a purple-tinged blue-silver grass appeared. Can this be faked? Without spirit power, one cannot use a martial soul. Qian's move was to prove that he was not faking it. It's just a blue-silver grass martial soul, what's there to be proud of? The gatekeeper had an excuse to back down and no longer pestered Qian, letting him pass. Damn country bumpkin, so ignorant. The gatekeeper watched Qian walk away and cursed under his breath. He wasn't afraid of retaliation because Nuoding Academy hadn't recruited work-study students for several days. And the parents of those commoner and noble students, who had extra money, would, voluntarily, give him some benefits, which made him a bit complacent. He hadn't expected to encounter an ignorant work-study student today, which put him in an awkward position. Next time I see a work-study student coming to register alone, I'll just let them through. There's no profit to be made anyway. Just then, he saw a pair of grandfather and grandson coming around the corner. They looked like work-study students again. Why are there so many work-study students this year? But this old man is so old, he should know the rules, right? He planned to regain the face he lost with Qian from this pair of grandfather and grandson. Qian found Director Su at the Academic Affairs office and completed the work-study student enrollment procedures. After completing the enrollment registration, he didn't go directly to Dorm 7 but instead wandered around the campus. The grass on this sports field is actually blue-silver grass. Qian was somewhat surprised. Blue-silver grass is soft and can indeed be used as a lawn. Qian could completely cultivate his martial soul here in the future. The lawn here seems to have already been trimmed and cleaned by someone. I'll have to find that person and trade jobs with them. Qian thought. If he could work and cultivate at the same time, Qian wouldn't be so resistant to being a work-study student. The academy wasn't large, and Qian quickly finished his tour before heading towards Dorm 7. As soon as he pushed open the door to Dorm 7, he saw a small girl with a scorpion braid, dressed in white, wrapping her legs around a small boy's neck and forcefully throwing him. The little girl had delicate, fair skin and exquisite features. She was a beauty in the making. The little boy, on the other hand, was quite ordinary, with no particular distinguishing features, and was immediately thrown to the ground by the little girl. The two were Tang San and Xiao Wu. Qian hadn't expected to arrive just in time for their big battle. Xiao Wu, I lost to you. According to the rules of Dorm 7, you are now the boss of Dorm 7. Tang San said. He didn't want to be a boss anyway, so he simply gave away the title he had just acquired. Boss. That sounds fun. From now on, I'll be your boss. Xiao Wu said excitedly. Just then, Qian pushed the door open and entered. Xiao Wu turned her head and saw Qian. Qian was dressed simply and held a school uniform, clearly a new work-study student. Hey, you, are you the new work-study student? Xiao Wu raised an eyebrow, looking at Qian. Qian nodded and said, my name is Qian, and I am indeed a new work-study student. Xiao Wu put on an air of a big sister boss and said, very good. According to the dormitory rules, you need to introduce your martial soul and then spar with me. My martial soul is blue-silver grass. There's no need to spar, my spirit power is very low, I'm no match for you, boss. Qian said with a smile. He voluntarily conceded, skipping this Dorm 7 tradition. How sensible. Big sister boss will cover you from now on. Everyone, call me Big Sister Boss from now on, understand? Watching Xiao Wu, commanding with a flourish, Qian chuckled and found a corner by the window to make his bed. He had brought a straw mat woven from dried blue-silver grass, a somewhat thin quilt, and a faded bedsheet wrapped around it. This was all he owned. Having left Daihan village, Qian had no intention of returning. Chapter 10, Bibi Dong leaves for training. While Qian made his bed, he quietly listened to the conversation between Xiao Wu and the other work-study students. After understanding the execution mechanism of the work-study student program, Qian left the dormitory to find the faculty advisor to confirm his part-time job. He spent some effort convincing the faculty advisor to assign him the work covering the playground area, and then he went to the playground to cultivate. When night fell, Qian went to eat, then returned to the dormitory to rest. In the early morning, Qian woke up once again in Bibi Dong's bed. Bibi Dong was already used to seeing Qian massaging her chest and didn't utter a sound to stop him. Is she desensitized? Qian wondered silently. At that moment, Bibi Dong's voice rang out in Qian's mind. Pervert, I'm preparing to go out for training. Bibi Dong said. Qian was slightly surprised. You're finally willing to leave Spirit City. Also, can you stop calling me a pervert? Haven't I told you my name? After several months of interaction, the two had gradually become familiar with each other, so Qian told Bibi Dong his real name. Anyway, the system said this was a parallel world and wouldn't affect the real world. You were a pervert, and who knows if your name is fake. I went to see my teacher yesterday and told him that Yu Shaogang was trying every means to pursue me. Bibi Dong's voice was low. Qian raised an eyebrow. What was your teacher's reaction? He. Bibi Dong found it hard to say. She felt that Xunji's reaction was too intense, not like the affection a teacher has for a student, or a father for a daughter. He looked at her as if she were a forbidden possession. If Qian hadn't reminded her, Bibi Dong probably wouldn't have noticed Xunji's attitude, only thinking he was overly concerned for his beloved disciple. Yu Shaogang was kicked out of Spirit Hall by the teacher yesterday. What should I do? Bibi Dong asked. Qian sighed and asked, haven't you already prepared to go out for training? Just wait until your teacher has a child, and then you can come back, right? Qian advised. Qian Runshui's birth was still 7 years away, and it was quite normal for a spirit master to train outside for 7 years. Moreover, Xunji couldn't possibly remain childless forever. Even if he wanted to, Dalu wouldn't allow the angel spirit lineage to be broken. If he didn't have a child, how could the god of angels reincarnate? All right. Bibi Dong had made up her mind and was prepared to train for a few years. I plan to go to Slaughter City to obtain the Slaughter God domain. What do you think? Bibi Dong asked. That's fine, but before going to Slaughter City, let's go to another place first. Qian reminded her. He planned to go to Sunset Forest, consume the autumn water clarity dew, and test whether it could boost both his and Bibi Dong's mental force. After his mental force increased, Qian could not only attempt to absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring for his 4th spirit ring but also try to comprehend the blue-silver domain. What place? Bibi Dong asked. Didn't you ask me before where there were natural treasures that could enhance mental force? The place I'm taking you to has one. Okay, I trust you. Bibi Dong said. She had already consumed whale glue twice and found that it truly improved physical fitness, so she no longer harbored any suspicion toward Qian. Qian wasted no time and began cultivating using Bibi Dong's body. Nearly 8 months had passed in this world, and Bibi Dong's cultivation hadn't fallen behind. Qian didn't seem to take away her spirit power. The next morning, Qian woke up early. Sigh, I wonder if things are going smoothly for Bibi Dong. Qian had instructed Bibi Dong to travel ahead toward Heaven-Do City. There shouldn't be a problem. Heaven-Do City is watched over by a platinum bishop, so nothing should go wrong. Moreover, she was no longer desperately in love with Yu Shaogang like before, so Xunji couldn't possibly forbid her from going out for training, could he? It wasn't fully light outside yet. Qian stretched and noticed that none of his roommates were awake. Seeing that Xiao Wu was even sleeping in the same blanket as Tang San, Qian nodded in satisfaction. The better their relationship, the greater Qian's certainty of obtaining the mysterious heaven skill. However, if Qian still couldn't defeat Xiao Wu by the time they graduated, he could forget about the mysterious heaven skill. Qian got up, washed, and headed to the cafeteria to eat. Many of these work-study student roommates were frugal and would try to sleep in late to save money on breakfast. Qian had no such intention. To strengthen his physique, he not only had to eat breakfast but also needed to eat plenty to support his cultivation. After breakfast, he had a theory class in the morning. Qian listened for a couple of sentences, then began meditating and cultivating. Listening to the theory class teacher lecture, he might as well go to Bibi Dong's side and read the Spirit Hall's collection of books. If he encountered something he didn't understand, he could also ask Bibi Dong. Although Bibi Dong's theories were weak, she was still better than the teachers for junior students. Tang San and Xiaowu hadn't come to class, apparently having gone to obtain a spirit ring. In the afternoon, Qian exercised while doing the work-study tasks assigned by the academy. A day passed, and Qian adapted to the academy's work-study life. Overall, the work-study program did not interfere with his cultivation. Moreover, the money he earned here was much faster than what he made weaving mats and selling shoes himself, and the cafeteria food was better than what he ate in the village. Unlike the other work-study students who needed to save money to support their families, he was the typical case of, one person eats their fill, the whole family doesn't starve. 10 bronze coins a day meant 3 gold coins a month, which was enough for him to eat his fill every day. He could even save money to purchase the medicinal herbs needed for the medicinal bath cultivation method he obtained from Bibi Dong. It could only be said that this world was too generous to spirit masters. Work-study wages were higher than external labor costs, and becoming a spirit master came with subsidies. Qian sat in a cluster of blue-silver grass in the corner of the playground, manipulating the blue-silver grass in his hand. After several months of tireless effort, he could finally fully control his spirit. The blue-silver grass in his hand sometimes spiraled into binding, sometimes formed a ball of grass, and sometimes transformed into a wooden stick. Unfortunately, Qian's blue-silver grass had not yet attached a spirit ring, making it too fragile. Even when turning the blue-silver grass into a wooden stick to hit someone, it had almost no offensive power. My first spirit ring must be one that increases the toughness and vitality of the blue-silver grass. Qian thought. By then, he would possess a certain degree of offensive power and wouldn't be constrained everywhere. As dusk approached, Qian finished his cultivation and returned to the dormitory. In the early morning, Qian woke up again, finding himself in an unfamiliar room. Where is this? Qian touched his chest, confirmed based on the feeling that this was Bibi Dong's body, and then observed the surrounding environment. Stop looking, this is on the way to Heaven Do City. Bibi Dong said. Qian breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Bibi Dong had safely escaped Spirit Hall. Is your teacher really that comfortable with you going out for training? Qian asked. My teacher arranged 2 spirit Douluo escorts for me. The thin one is named Shilong, and the fat one is named Si Shui. Don't reveal anything later. Chapter 11. Autumn Water Clarity Dew. Bibi Dong's cultivation was not low, and her travel speed was not slow. The journey of several thousand li from Spirit City to Heaven Do City only took 1 or 2 days. In the evening, Qian, using Bibi Dong's body, arrived at the spirit temple outside Heaven Do City to rest. However, it was too late to go to the ice and fire yin-yang well today, because Qian would return to his own body 20 years later tonight. Bibi Dong, tomorrow you can go purchase some detoxifying medicines. Gold, iron, jade artifacts, and so on, Qian reminded. Bibi Dong asked curiously, detoxifying medicines. Is the place you're going to highly poisonous? Qian nodded. The ice and fire yin-yang well was filled with highly toxic ice and fire poisonous miasma, which ordinary spirit masters could not withstand. Even Dugu Bo dared not stay there for too long, let alone Bibi Dong now. Okay, I'll listen to you. Bibi Dong said. She wasn't too concerned, as her Death Spider Emperor spirit was also a highly poisonous beast, unafraid of common poisons. After a day of travel, Qian had someone bring hot water. After washing and changing, he began to cultivate. Several months had passed, and Bibi Dong had long become numb. She might still be a little shy, but she pretended not to see Qian using her body to bathe and change clothes, which allowed Qian to feast his eyes. The next morning, Qian, using Bibi Dong's body, took Shilong and Simao, two spirit Douluo, to the outskirts of Sunset Forest. On the way, Qian instructed, two protectors, after entering Sunset Forest, do not stay too close to me, otherwise it won't achieve the effect of tempering. Yes, young lord. The two had no objections. Their trip was, firstly, to protect Bibi Dong, and secondly, to report Bibi Dong's information to Qian Xunji. Other than that, as long as Bibi Dong's requests weren't too excessive, they would fulfill them. Qian breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want these two to enter the ice and fire yin-yang well and see those immortal herbs. Fortunately, it wasn't Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan who came. Otherwise, with his spirit inheritance, he would definitely recognize those immortal herbs, causing more trouble. After giving his instructions, Qian looked at the map and, following Bibi Dong's guidance, headed towards the center of Sunset Forest. Along the way, Qian did not get entangled with any spirit beasts he encountered, prioritizing travel. In less than half a day, Qian arrived at his destination. Outside the ice and fire yin-yang well were extremely steep mountains, protecting the treasured land within the miasma. Ordinary spirit masters truly couldn't enter. Is this the place? Bibi Dong asked. Qian nodded and transmitted his voice to the two spirit Douluo in the distance. Two protectors, I will be using the poisonous gas here to cultivate for a few days. You two wait for me at the bottom of this mountain. Although they probably didn't recognize immortal herbs, Qian still didn't want them to see them. After Shilong and Si Shui agreed, Qian immediately activated martial soul possession, using his spider legs to quickly climb the steep cliffs. When encountering difficult paths, Qian would also use his third spirit ability, spider web, to pull himself up. Seeing his skilled movements, Bibi Dong couldn't find anything to criticize. Before long, Qian entered the valley where the ice and fire yin-yang well was located. Although this place had not yet been discovered by Douluo and no poison array had been set up, the ice and fire poisonous miasma lingered year-round, and life was almost extinct. Spirit beasts and common plants could not survive here, only spirit medicines and immortal herbs could grow. Under the selection of the environment, even if Douluo hadn't planted medicinal herbs here yet, there were still many spirit medicines. Hiss, these are all spirit medicines. You're going to use these spirit medicines to enhance my mental force? Bibi Dong asked in surprise. Qian nodded and said, indeed. He took the antidote and began searching in the valley. Soon, Qian noticed an inconspicuous herb. This herb was entirely green, but strangely, in the center of the herb, there were 3 snow-white leaves, and in the center of the leaves were a few drops of water, like dew from the early morning. If Qian hadn't already known what this immortal herb looked like, he might have mistaken it for an ordinary spirit medicine. As Qian picked it, Bibi Dong's voice echoed in his mind. This herb doesn't look like anything special. Bibi Dong said. Qian smiled slightly and said, don't underestimate it. This plant is called autumn water clarity dew. Consuming it can refine fiery eyes of truth and see through all wondrous objects. Although my description is a bit exaggerated, its true effect is to enhance mental force and eyesight. That powerful? Bibi Dong didn't believe him. Qian didn't explain further. He raised his head, picked up the autumn water clarity dew, gently shook it, and let the dewdrops fall into his mouth. As Qian drank the dew, its branches and leaves immediately withered. Only then did Bibi Dong believe in the mysteriousness of this item. I hope this immortal herb can not only enhance Bibi Dong's mental force but also my own. Qian thought to himself. Immediately after, Qian found the location of another immortal herb. It was a large pale pink flower, with a stem 3 kai long, no leaves, and an enormous flower, a full kai in diameter. Each petal looked as crystal clear as crystal, and the stamens were pale purple, like countless purple diamonds embedded within. This flower was called the serene fragrance Douluo immortal product, a nemesis of all poisons, with the effect of neutralizing all toxins. It couldn't detoxify itself, but it could counteract poisons. Although Qian had taken an antidote, he still felt it wasn't enough, so he sat next to the serene fragrance Douluo immortal product to avoid the ice and fire toxins. He sat on the ground and began to cultivate, digesting the medicinal properties of the autumn water clarity dew. As soon as Qian started cultivating, he felt his mind become exceptionally clear, as if a power was nourishing his spirit. Bibi Dong was also the same. Perhaps because of her soul state, her feelings were even more obvious at this time. She felt as if her soul was soaking in a hot spring, utterly comfortable. Half a day later, Qian opened his eyes. At that instant, golden light seemed to shoot out from his eyes, and everything appeared clearer. As this fiery eyes of truth, Qian found that his vision and memory had greatly increased. With just one glance, he remembered all the details in the valley. I wonder if, without cultivating purple demon eye, I can see through nascent shapeshifting spirit beasts. Fiery eyes of truth possesses the ability to see through illusions and nascent shapeshifting spirit beasts. If I can take this ability back, maybe I can try it on Xiao Wu. Qian thought to himself. At this time, Bibi Dong also woke up from the state of being nourished by the autumn water clarity dew. She noticed the change in her vision and also sensed the improvement in her mental force. This time, she completely believed that Qian truly came from the future. Otherwise, how could he know this place, and how could he know the effects of these spirit medicines? Are there any other spirit medicines that are useful to me? Bibi Dong asked, now addicted. This kind of spirit medicine can generally only be consumed once. Taking more will not only have no benefits but will be harmful to you. Qian reminded. That's such a pity. Bibi Dong sighed. Qian shook his head, not necessarily. There are 2 other herbs that might be useful to you. It just depends on whether you dare to try them. Chapter 12, Ice and Fire Golden Body. What kind of herb? Bibi Dong asked curiously. She had already experienced the miraculous effects of this spiritual medicine, and her interest in the other herbs mentioned by Qian greatly increased. Qian pointed to the 2 immortal herbs beside the milky white spring eye and the red spring eye. Those 2, named octagonal mysterious ice grass and fierce fire apricot sweet vegetable. Consuming these 2 spiritual medicines is extremely dangerous, you might lose your life if you're not careful. Do you still dare to take them? Qian asked. Bibi Dong said without hesitation, what's there to be afraid of? Qian chuckled, aren't you afraid of being poisoned to death by those 2 herbs? He explained the potency of the 2 immortal herbs to Bibi Dong, making her realize their danger. The extreme cold of the octagonal mysterious ice grass could even freeze a spirit, let alone flesh and blood. The fierce fire apricot sweet vegetable was even more so. After consuming it, the body would likely be burned to charcoal. What's there to be afraid of? You definitely wouldn't let me die. Bibi Dong said triumphantly. She had long since realized that Qian cared deeply about her safety, otherwise, he wouldn't be so familiar with her spirit abilities. Moreover, Qian seemed to be very resistant to use Shaoging and xunji, so he definitely wouldn't want her to be harmed. Qian was a little speechless, sighing, of course I wouldn't. If you died, my soul would become a lonely wandering ghost. He also didn't know what would happen to his soul if Bibi Dong died. Repossess someone else, or just be exposed in this world. In any case, Qian truly didn't want anything to happen to Bibi Dong. Relying solely on his blue-silver grass martial soul, cultivation would be too slow. Qian left the light shield of the serene fragrance Qiluo immortal product and came to the side of the pool. In the pool, the milky white spring water and the red spring water were in a stalemate. Even titled Douluo wouldn't dare to casually touch these 2 terrifying spring waters, and even a 100,000-year spirit beast would perish if it entered their bodies. Qian took out the iron dagger and jade dagger he had asked Bibi Dong to prepare earlier, ready to pick the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the fierce fire apricot sweet vegetable. The octagonal mysterious ice grass had to be picked with an iron tool, while the fierce fire apricot sweet vegetable required a pure jade tool. Qian used martial soul possession, leapt to the milky white spring eye, and swiftly cut down the octagonal mysterious ice grass with the dagger. Then he leapt again, arriving beside the fierce fire apricot sweet vegetable, and cut it down with the jade tool. Returning to the shore, Qian quickly used his 3rd spirit ability, Spider Web, to pull the 2 immortal herbs back. Can this really be eaten? Bibi Dong was also frightened by the power of these two immortal herbs. Her 1,000-year spirit ring skill, spider web, only lasted for a moment, being frozen on one side and burned to ashes on the other. As the two immortal herbs landed, their terrifying power receded. The fierce fire apricot sweet vegetable emitted a red glow, while the octagonal mysterious ice grass gave off an eerie cold. Qian instructed, "After I eat these two immortal herbs, I will jump into the pool water here. I don't know how long it will take to digest these two immortal herbs, so you must be prepared to wake up in the pool." Bibi Dong was also a little nervous. "I understand, be careful." After giving his instructions, Qian picked up the two immortal herbs and stuffed them into his mouth. Since it wasn't his own body, he didn't feel bad using it. The immortal herbs melted upon entering the mouth, and the extremely cold and extremely hot medicinal power surged within Bibi Dong's body. Half of her body was frozen purple, while the other half turned bright red, like a cooked shrimp. Without the aid of the pool water, Bibi Dong's body would quickly be scorched and frozen from the inside out. Qian gritted his teeth, enduring this extremely unbearable pain. Bibi Dong could not control her body, but her 5 senses were all intact, and she could perceive everything. At this moment, she also suppressed her pain, not disturbing Qian, fearing a major problem. After the medicinal power fully took effect, Qian leapt into the pool, right into the intersection of the milky white spring water and the red spring water. With the internal and external pressures balanced, Qian felt a little better, slowly submerging underwater, absorbing the medicinal power, and tempering his body. In the early morning, Qian woke up in the Nuoding Academy dormitory. As he opened his eyes, 2 sharp rays of light seemed to overflow, sweeping across the entire large dormitory of over 100 square meters. It worked. Qian was a little excited. He discovered that the effect of the autumn water clarity dew had actually been brought back by him. Borrowing falsehood to cultivate truth, truly amazing. Qian was a little excited. He then sensed his spirit power again and found that his spirit power had an additional milky white and red spirit power. These two spirit powers converged into a vortex, forming a miniature ice and fire yin-yang well in his dantian, slowly tempering Qian's body and meridians. These two powers were precisely the extreme heat and extreme cold powers of the immortal herbs, octagonal mysterious ice grass and fierce fire apricot sweet vegetable. He did not enjoy the effect of the immortal herbs tempering his body, but he did enjoy the enhancement that these two extreme powers brought him. This spirit power could also continuously help him temper his body. Although the effect was not as good as directly consuming immortal herbs, it would not be much weaker. Ice and fire golden. Body, immune to all poisons. Moreover, as long as he infused this spirit power into his blue-silver grass, his spirit would be immune to ice and fire energy. Awesome. Qian was extremely invigorated. Now that Douluo occupied the ice and fire yin-yang well, and he couldn't detoxify, it was impossible to obtain immortal herbs. The only way to get immortal herbs was to befriend Tang San. But after Tang San obtained the immortal herbs, he would only share them with the Shrek 7 Devils. Even his own aunt, Tang Yuehua, didn't get one, so it was even more impossible for Qian to get one. In 7 or 8 years, I can also publicize the matter of the immortal herbs, making Tang San completely miss out on them. Qian thought to himself. Qian felt refreshed, got up, and began his new cultivation. In the afternoon, on the academy playground, Qian meditated and cultivated while trying to resonate with the blue-silver grass on the playground, comprehending the blue-silver domain. His mental force had greatly increased, and he could now attempt to cultivate the blue-silver domain. However, his spirit was truly blue-silver grass, not blue-silver emperor, so these blue-silver grass would not actively approach him. Qian could only treat himself as one of the blue-silver grass on the playground, slowly integrating himself into them to cultivate. Fortunately, his mental force had become much stronger. Gradually, he actually sensed the life fluctuations of the surrounding blue-silver grass. I succeeded. Qian actively released his spirit aura, influencing the surrounding blue-silver grass. These blue-silver grass were not even soul beasts, while Qian's spirit was equivalent to a soul beast with decades of cultivation. His spirit aura was superior to these blue-silver grass. These blue-silver grass did not resist his spirit aura, instead, they instinctively accepted these auras, seeking opportunities to become soul beasts. Ordinary blue-silver grass. Withered and flourished every year, a 10-year blue-silver grass soul beast, however, withered and flourished every 100 years. If a 10-year blue-silver grass soul beast successfully broke through 100 years, it could even wither and flourish every 1,000 years. Although these ordinary blue-silver grass had no intelligence, they would instinctively seek advantages and avoid disadvantages, receiving qian's spirit aura. Chapter 13. Learning to fight using Bibi Dong's body. Qian also used this opportunity to extend his mental force. Although the range was small, it allowed him to find a way to activate the blue-silver domain. In this state, Qian's cultivation speed actually increased significantly. The next day, Qian woke up from Bibi Dong's body. She was currently sitting cross-legged by the pond, in deep meditation. After Qian took over her body, she also woke up. "You're awake. How do you feel?" After Qian's soul became stronger, he could actually perceive the state of Bibi Dong's soul. He found that he could now communicate directly with Bibi Dong using mental force, without needing to speak aloud. Thank you. I feel great. These 2 immortal herbs have strengthened my body, and my spirit power has also changed. Bibi Dong said. Qian breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. We can go to Slaughter City now." Okay. Bibi Dong had already emerged from the pond water yesterday. If not for waiting for Qian, she would have already gone to Slaughter City for training. Qian controlled Bibi Dong's body and descended the mountain to meet up with Shilong and Si Shui. The 2 escorted him, heading towards Slaughter City. A few days passed in a flash. These past few days, Qian either used his own body to cultivate at Nuoding Academy, or used Bibi Dong's body to travel. When Qian next woke up in Bibi Dong's body, she had already entered the inner city of Slaughter City. The killing intent and decadent aura here made Qian very uncomfortable. His chest felt terribly stuffy. He rubbed his chest, only to realize that Bibi Dong, for the sake of battle, had changed into a tighter outfit, wrapping her, big grapefruits, too snugly. "I thought I was poisoned, but it turns out she was wearing a binder." Qian was somewhat speechless. Logically, Bibi Dong had now absorbed the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the fierce fire apricot sweet vegetable, too. Immortal herbs, and had a small ice and fire yin-yang well within her body. No matter what kind of toxin, it would dissipate after being ground by the 2 forces. In a sense, she was immune to all poisons. The toxins in the air of Slaughter City should not be able to threaten her. However, like this, could she still gain the favor of the Rakshasa god? Qian sensed Bibi Dong waking up and asked, "Bibi Dong, have you participated in the Hell Slaughter Arena?" "I participated in one yesterday. There's another today. Do you want to sign up and try?" Bibi Dong asked. Qian nodded and said, "I want to try." He had always used Bibi Dong's body before, familiarizing himself with her fighting style, and also learned many close-quarters combat techniques and weapon techniques. "Then I'll take you to sign up," Bibi Dong said. She had only just entered Slaughter City and hadn't yet made a name for herself in the Hell Slaughter Arena, so it was easy to sign up. Qian nodded, controlling the body, and walked towards the Hell Slaughter Arena according to Bibi Dong's directions. "Be careful, there are no rules in the inner city of Slaughter City," Bibi Dong reminded him. She was even more worried than Qian, fearing that Qian might suddenly be killed by someone else. "I know." Qian took out a short sword and vigilantly observed the surroundings. Not long after walking, Qian saw several people looking at him with lustful eyes. "What a clean beauty, come play with this old man." A scar-faced big man stepped forward, holding a long saber. As he took the lead, the other 3 also silently stepped forward, but they were not a group and were wary of each other. Qian frowned. Bibi Dong's attire was clean, and her appearance was too outstanding. The degenerates here had long lived underground, never seeing the light of day, and endured high-pressure lives where they couldn't guarantee their survival, further eroded by the decadent toxins. They needed an outlet for their stress. Seeing a beauty like Bibi Dong, they all became restless. Qian, kill them. Entering the Hell Slaughter Arena, a Bloody Mary is just what's needed. Bibi Dong found their gazes too disgusting, fearing that even an extra glance would defile her body. Okay. Qian nervously gripped the short sword in his hand. 4 gentlemen, you all want me to go with you, so who should I go with? Nonsense, of course, you're coming with your grandpa. The scar-faced big man slashed his saber at another thin, shifty-looking man. Spirit power erupted, instantly severing his head. Qian's pupils contracted. It was his first time seeing such a violent scene. Yet, stimulated by the environment here, he felt no fear, but rather excitement. The remaining 2 saw how brutal the scar-faced man was and immediately left, but they didn't go far, seemingly preparing to return and pick up scraps depending on the situation. Qian knew he couldn't wait any longer. Spirit power erupted from his feet, and he charged towards the scar-faced man. Hee, I've been waiting for you. The scar-faced man twisted his saber and swept it towards Qian. Qian's soul was not weak and had already sensed this strike. Qian leapt to the side, avoiding the strike. Taking advantage of the scar-faced man's overextension, he thrust his sword at his throat. But the opponent was not to be trifled with. He extended his other hand, and another saber appeared, blocking Qian's thrust. This was the scar-faced man's tool spirit great saber. The previous saber was just a weapon. Seeing this, Qian also used his spirit. Without a spirit ring ability, he could only use his spider legs as weapons, stabbing towards the scar-faced man. The scar-faced man's expression changed. Before he could defend, he was scratched by the Death Spider Emperor's spider legs. The hairs on the spider legs were filled with death spider venom. In a short while, the scar-faced man fell into a disadvantage due to poisoning and was stabbed to death by Qian's sword. Your swordsmanship is terrible, Bibi Dong scornfully said after the battle ended. You should practice your techniques first. I'm afraid you'll die in the Hell Slaughter Arena. Qian sighed. There was nothing he could do. This was his first actual combat, and he even used his spirit. Wait, collect a cup of his blood. Observing others fight in the Hell Slaughter Arena can increase our experience. Bibi Dong also wanted to survive until the end in the Hell Slaughter Arena, so she wouldn't give up any opportunity to become stronger. Okay. Qian took out a container, collected a cup of Bloody Mary, and headed towards the Hell Slaughter Arena. As soon as he left, the surrounding people immediately swarmed forward, collecting Bloody Mary from the scar-faced man's wounds. Living in Slaughter City required paying rent, and this Bloody Mary was their rent. With blood on his body, Qian didn't encounter any attackers on the rest of the way. After entering the Hell Slaughter Arena's spectator stands, he finally had his fill. 10 degenerates fought, using everything from weapons, poison, verbal harassment, and more. Anything that could kill was fair game. There was even a female degenerate who suddenly took off her clothes in the arena to distract her enemies. Bibi Dong also saw it and immediately said, "Stop looking, and also, you are not allowed to learn this fighting style. Don't worry, your body is so beautiful, how could I bear to let others see it?" Qian explained while staring intently at the female degenerate fighting. Her wobbling, fat sacks had a huge gravitational pull like a black hole, from which even her opponent's gaze could not escape. "You're still looking," Bibi Dong cursed. Chapter 14 Tang San, you know blue silver bind too. For several days in a row, Qian cultivated while honing his killing skills in Slaughter City. Over the past few days, although Bibi Dong did not allow him to enter the Hell Slaughter Arena, Qian had killed quite a few fallen ones in the inner city. Now, he even carried a hint of killing intent on his body. Those upper-grade students who specialized in bullying work-study students did not dare to provoke him, allowing him to cultivate in peace. In the afternoon, Qian went to the playground to clean and trim the blue-silver grass as usual. Perhaps because he cultivated here every day, the blue-silver grass grew very quickly, requiring time to trim every day. Qian could only try his best to sit at the edge of the playground to cultivate, minimizing his workload. 10 bronze coins in the bag. Qian spent some time finishing today's work, then sat cross-legged in the blue-silver grass patch and began his daily cultivation. He merged his qi with the blue-silver grass patch to accelerate his cultivation speed. In this state, his perception was also greatly enhanced. Just at this moment, he suddenly heard someone approaching the playground. Before long, a person arrived at the playground. Qian, hurry to the back mountain, Sister Xiaowu is going to challenge Xiao Chanu. Qian opened his eyes, and the faint, almost imperceptible killing intent startled the work-study student. Why are you so fierce? Qian took a deep breath to calm his emotions. He had to cultivate his blue-silver domain every day, partly to suppress his killing intent. The back mountain, why go to the back mountain? Qian asked curiously. The back mountain was not within the territory of Nuoding Academy. Qian had once taken a shortcut through there when he went out. Seeing that Qian didn't seem as fierce anymore, the work-study student finally let out a sigh of relief. Those upper-grade students are always bullying us, so Sister Xiaowu wants to stand up for us and challenge their boss, Xiao Chanu. Fighting in the academy will be stopped by the teachers, so everyone went to the back mountain. Qian frowned. Can I not go? No, Sister Xiaowu said that all work-study students must be present. The work-study student said. Qian said speechlessly, they bully us, can't we just tell the teachers? The work-study student stammered, it's a matter between spirit masters, wouldn't it be too embarrassing to tell the teachers? Isn't this just bullying? The key is that these victims are even covering it up to prevent the teachers from finding out. I really don't know what they are thinking. However, recalling his own school days in his previous life, it seemed to be the same. Whoever reported it would be ostracized. Even the princess of the neighboring country was reported to have suffered from school bullying. But I'm only at level 2, it's useless even if I go. Qian waved his hand and said. But you are also a work-study student. Xiao Chanu said that for however many work-study students there are, he will send the same number of people. Including you, we only have 10 work-study students. If you don't go, the 9 of us will have to fight their 10, and we'll be in a miserable state again. The work-study student said, this time Sister Xiaowu is backing us up. She has absorbed a spirit ring and become a one-ring spirit master. We might actually win against them this time. Then no one will dare to bully us anymore. Qian was somewhat tempted. All right, then I'll go take a look too. In the small woods of the back mountain, it was quiet and elegant. If this were an advanced Soul Master Academy, this place might have become a dating spot for young boys and girls. But the students of Nuoding Academy were all children under 12 years old and had not yet realized this. 8 work-study students stood together, confronting more than 20 other students. Among those 20-plus upper-grade students, the leader was a tall boy named Xiao Chanu. And the leader of the work-study students was a cute, doll-like little girl named Xiao Wu, who was a head shorter than the other side. Boss Xiao, let me handle it, maybe I can defeat them all by myself. A tall boy walked out from behind Xiao Chanu. As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of laughter erupted from the crowd. On the work-study student's side, Wang Sheng gritted his teeth and said, Sister Xiao Wu, let me go first. Xiao Wu nodded, acting like a big sister boss, and agreed to Wang Sheng's request. Lu Long, come on. Lu Long said contemptuously, a loser, to think you actually found such a small girl to back you up, have you no shame? When I defeat you later, don't cry like a girl. Wang Sheng's face flushed red. A flash of spirit power light shone on his body, and he charged towards Lu Long, with a sound like a tiger's roar emerging. Unfortunately, Lu Long's spirit was a 2-meter-long wooden stick, which was longer than his own height. In battles between spirit scholars without the support of spirit abilities, 1 inch longer is 1 inch stronger, and Wang Sheng was soon beaten with several bruises. However, Wang Sheng was long used to being bullied, so he could force himself to endure the pain. He actually seized an unguarded moment from Lu Long, slapped him with a claw, and defeated him. Lu Long was defeated, and Wang Sheng's spirit power was exhausted, with multiple bruises on his body, leaving him with no strength to continue fighting. Sister Xiao Wu, I won. Wang Sheng said with some excitement. Xiao Wu nodded. Well done, you go rest first, leave the rest to us. Not bad, let me handle what comes next. Tang San said. But just at this moment, Xiao Wu suddenly saw Qi Tian and another work-study student who had just arrived. She frowned, very dissatisfied. Xiao Chanu had even threatened to take her, the boss of Dorm 7, as his pet rabbit, yet you, a lackey, dare to be so slothful. Wait, Tang San, let him go. Xiao Wu pointed at Qi Tian. It was a wheel battle anyway, with both sides sending out 10 people each, fighting until one side was completely defeated. Xiao Wu didn't expect Qi Tian to win, she just wanted to teach him a lesson and let him know who the boss of Dorm 7 really was. Huh, me. Qi Tian pointed at himself. I'm only at level 2 spirit power, wouldn't letting me go mess up your big plan. Qi Tian felt he was suffering an undeserved disaster, he just wanted to watch Tang San fight and learn his combat techniques. Why was he suddenly sent up? As a level 2 spirit power user, wasn't he just going up to get beaten? It's fine, Qi Tian, it doesn't matter if you lose, Sister Xiao Wu will cover for you. We will back you up and help you get revenge. Xiao Wu said. All right then. Since it had come to this, could Qi Tian really refuse to go? How could he not know Xiao Wu's intentions? However, in order to be able to cultivate peacefully in the future, Qi Tian prepared to go up and fight one round. It's a freshman. Ling Feng, you go, finish it quickly. Xiao Chanu arranged. As soon as Ling Feng came up, he suddenly leapt, as if he had sprouted wings, and actually flew 2 meters high, swooping down towards Qi Tian. It's an agility attack system spirit. Qi Tian is in trouble. Tang San whispered in Xiao Wu's ear. Over the past few days, he had learned quite a lot of knowledge from his teacher. Although Ling Feng couldn't perform martial soul possession yet, he still recognized Ling Feng's spirit. Qi Tian hadn't been cultivating in vain in Slaughter City using Bibi Dong's body all these days. He sidestepped to dodge Ling Feng's fast attack, then reached out, and a blue light of spirit power bloomed. Blue-silver bind. A stalk of blue-silver grass grew in his palm, quickly binding Ling Feng, whose move was spent in midair. Qi Tian gave a light tug, and Ling Feng was actually sent crashing directly to the ground. Chapter 15, Possessing Luer Long. How is this possible? He can also use blue-silver bind. Tang San was stunned. He had only obtained the blue-silver bind spirit ability after absorbing a 400-year-old Datura snake spirit ring. He never expected that Qi Tian, a mere second-rank spirit scholar, could also use this spirit. So, what was the spirit ring he absorbed? A joke. No, he can only use the spirit's main body to cast blue-silver bind, while I can cast it over a large area. Tang San calmed down, realizing that Qi Tian only used the spirit's main body to cast blue-silver bind, and its range was too small. Ling Feng was thrown to the ground by Qi Tian's borrowed strength, but he wasn't seriously injured, and as a beast spirit user, his physical fitness was good. He was about to use his spirit power to break free from the blue-silver grass and get up to fight again. But at that moment, Qi Tian suddenly performed a Mount Tai crushes the top move, pressing his elbow against Ling Feng's vital spot. Don't move, or don't blame me for being impolite. Qi Tian said coldly. Ling Feng suddenly felt a chill rush from his spine straight to his brain, and he immediately dared not move. Moreover, he also sensed that his spirit power was slowly draining away. I surrender, Ling Feng shouted. For a moment just now, he felt like he was about to die. Fortunately, this wasn't Slaughter City, and Qi Tian had no intention of killing him, so he let him go. It seems I won, Qi Tian said with a smile, retracting his blue-silver grass martial soul. How is this possible? Ling Feng, you trash, a 9-rank spirit power swallow spirit couldn't even defeat a 2-rank spirit power blue-silver grass. Xiao Chanu cursed angrily. Ling Feng also looked a bit embarrassed. Boss, I was careless this time. Forget it, I'll do it myself. Xiao Chanu couldn't watch anymore and prepared to enter the arena himself to defeat all 9 opponents. Qi Tian knew that Xiao Chanu was an 11th rank spirit master and didn't try to show off. My spirit power is exhausted, I surrender. He gestured to Xiao Wu, asking her to rearrange. Xiao Wu only reacted then, I didn't expect you to be quite strong. We should spar sometime. Seeing that Qi Tian had won the battle, she forgave his disrespect. Sparring can wait, I'm no match for the boss. Qi Tian waved his hand. Xiaowu didn't make things difficult for Qi Tian anymore and sent Tang San, her subordinate, to fight Xiao Chanu. Tang San was indeed sharp, using both Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track and Mysterious Jade Hand, and finally Blue Silver Bind, to end the match. Ultimately, Xiaowu successfully became the student boss of Nuoding Academy, and everyone was happy. Qi Tian quietly left and returned to the training ground to cultivate. He realized that he had thought too simply. Some of Tang San's cultivation methods could not be learned by merely observing them. This definitely involved many spirit power circulation techniques, whether it was Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track or Mysterious Jade Hand. However, some of his force exertion techniques did give Qi Tian some inspiration. Over the next few days, Qi Tian left early and returned late, diligently cultivating every day. Moreover, because he had defeated Ling Feng, he earned the respect of the senior students, and someone even helped him with his part-time job. He then dedicated all his time to cultivation. Several days later, in the early morning, after Qi Tian woke up, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Because he didn't sense the decadence and killing intent of Slaughter City. What's going on? Did the system run away? Qi Tian subconsciously reached for his chest. It was still a flamboyant pectoralis major, but the feel was wrong. It was tighter and more delicate than Bibi Dong's. My body. Why is it out of my control? Am I also going to join my mother? A voice echoed in Qi Tian's mind, not Bibi Dong's voice. Qi Tian quickly got up, only to find himself wearing a simple white dress, not Bibi Dong's luxurious clothes. This isn't Bibi Dong's body. The dilapidated room was filled with the smell of medicinal herbs, and there seemed to be someone in the inner room. Qi Tian carefully approached and saw an old woman who looked to be in her 50s, with a pale and emaciated face. Her hair was streaked with gray, and her breathing was weak. Erlong, come quickly. Mother has something to tell you. The old woman on the bed called out. Qi Tian subconsciously walked to the bedside and held the old woman's hand. Erlong, mother has been hiding something from you. The old woman looked into Qi Tian's eyes, full of guilt. You've always carried mother's surname, Lu, but your real surname is Yu, and your father is a powerful spirit master. Mother heard people say his name is Yu Luomian, a spirit master from a prominent family. Under mother's trunk, there's a token he left for mother. When mother dies, take that token and go to Thunder Academy to find him. Listening to the old woman's words, Qi Tian felt a pang of sorrow, and his body uncontrollably shed tears. But he felt that the old woman's story was very familiar. Surnamed Lu, given name Erlong, wasn't this Lu Erlong, the future dean of Blue Tyrant Academy? Could it be that he had possessed Lu Erlong again? Just then, the voice in his mind rang out again. Who are you? Why are you stealing my body? Give me back my body. After a moment, Lu Erlong seemed to realize she couldn't contend with Qi Tian and continued, you can steal my body, so you must be stronger than me. Can you save my mother? If you can save her, I can give you my body. Lu Erlong's voice was tearful, and Qi Tian felt as if he was committing a crime. At this moment, a light screen appeared before Qi Tian's eyes, and the system reappeared. Open black lens bracket current mission. Change Lu Erlong's fate and let her have a happy first half of her life, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket stage reward, borrowing falsehood to cultivate truth. Cultivate using Lu Erlong's body, and spirit power can be fed back to the main body, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket final reward, true dragon physique, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket mission details, 1. Prevent Lu Erlong from becoming an orphan, 2. Prevent her from being deceived by Yu Xiaogang, close black lens bracket. So it really is Lu Erlong, and there's even a mission. Qi Tian breathed a sigh of relief, glad the system was still there. He held the old woman's hand and said, Mother, you won't die. I will definitely find a way to cure you. After Qi Tian finished speaking, he tucked the quilt around the old woman and then left the room. At this point, he said to Lu Erlong, first, tell me about your mother's illness, so I can help cure her. Hearing that her mother could be saved, Lu Erlong quickly recounted Lu mother's situation in Qi Tian's mind. It turned out that she was originally a courtesan, but after becoming pregnant with Luo Long, she changed her ways and sought another path to make a living. To raise the young Luo Long, she overworked herself and developed chronic illnesses. Although Luo Long later became a spirit master, which eased her burden, those old ailments were now triggered by a minor illness and had recurred. Treating the illness became a money pit. Luo Long's current spirit elder subsidy was neither too much nor too little, only able to alleviate Lu Mother's condition but not cure it completely. She herself knew that the longer they waited, the more severe Lu Mother's illness would become. Qian understood, and at the same time, he had also thought of a way to cure Lu Mother. Chapter 16, Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower. Luo Long Mother must have damaged her origin qi when she was young, she only needs to replenish it. It just so happened that Qian knew of a place filled with various peerless spiritual medicines that could compensate for Lu Mother's origin. That is the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well. Qian told Luo Long that he was going somewhere to gather herbs, and asked her if she knew anyone trustworthy who could temporarily look after Lu Mother. Aunt Li next door is very kind, you can ask her for help, Luo Long said. Qian quickly went next door and found Aunt Li. Aunt Li was older than Lu Mother but looked younger. Aunt Li, I have to go on a long trip. Could you please help me look after my mother for 2 days? Qian said. Aunt Li hesitated, not because she was cold-hearted, but because Lu Mother was gravely ill, and if anything happened, the neighbors would gossip about her. Qian patted Luo Long's purse, pulled out 2 silver coin, and handed them to Aunt Li. Aunt Li, please help me. I will reward you generously when I return. Aunt Li hadn't wanted to help originally, but Qian gave too much. As expected of a spirit master, he was truly generous. Little Lu, don't worry. With Aunt Li here, I will definitely take good care of Sister Lu. Aunt Li patted her chest and promised. Only then did Qian feel relieved. He grabbed his things and quickly headed toward the Sunset Forest. Luo Long's house was in a small village outside Heaven-Do City, not far from the Sunset Forest. It took Qian 1 hour to reach the Sunset Forest. Sunset Forest, what are you doing here? Luo Long asked in surprise. You aren't planning to hunt a spirit beast and absorb a spirit ring, are you? I am currently level 40. If I absorb a spirit ring and become a spirit ancestor, I won't receive the spirit hall subsidy. Luo Long was anxious. Without the subsidy, I won't have the money to treat Mother's illness. In fact, after breaking through to spirit ancestor, one could seek refuge with the Heaven-Do Empire and become a noble of the Heaven-Do Empire. But Luo Long was afraid the process would take too long and delay Lu Mother's treatment, so she dared not break through casually, only wanting to receive the 100 gold coin subsidy. Don't worry, I'm not here to hunt spirit beasts. Qian said. Since he had been to the Sunset Forest once before, Qian knew which route was safer. Half a day later, Qian arrived at the center of the Sunset Forest, where the valley containing the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well was located. With the previous experience, Qian immediately used martial soul possession, transformed into a fire dragon, spread his wings, soared into the sky, and landed on the sheer cliff. Many spirit medicines and poisonous herbs grew amidst the ice and fire miasma. Why are there so many spirit medicines here? Luo Long often helped Lu Mother decoct medicine, and having been ill for so long, she naturally recognized many medicinal ingredients. But there were quite a few millennium spiritual herbs and 10,000-year spiritual herbs here, which were impossible to find outside. Qian didn't take much, stopping after picking a few spirit medicines that nourished the origin and replenished origin qi. Just as he was about to leave, Qian suddenly saw a small fiery red grass whose leaf tips resembled a coxcomb, emitting a misty red glow. Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower. I wonder if letting Luo Long eat it will feed back to me. Last time, when using Bibi Dong's body to consume the octagonal mysterious ice grass, fierce fire apricot sweet vegetable, and autumn water clarity dew, a portion of spirit power and mental force was fed back to Qian. Perhaps it would work this time too. Thinking of this, Qian picked the coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower, preparing to have Luo Long consume it. He also glanced at the spring eye within the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well. and found that only a little root and stem remained of the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the fierce fire apricot sweet vegetable. It seems this world is the same parallel world as the one Bibi Dong was in. Qian thought. After collecting the immortal herb and spirit medicines, Qian did not linger here, to prevent being afflicted by the fire poison and cold poison of this place. Qian rushed back to Lu family village only after nightfall. Fortunately, Lu mother's condition had not worsened. Her actions today, instructing them on her final arrangements, made both Lu Erlong and Qian extremely uneasy, and they dared not delay any further. Qian saw off Aunt Li next door, then took out a spiritual ginseng, squeezed out a small drop of ginseng fluid from it, and had Lu mother consume it. As the medicinal power dissolved, Lu mother's complexion immediately became much rosier. Qian breathed a sigh of relief. He instructed Lu Erlong to give Lu mother a small drop of Millennium spiritual ginseng fluid and a segment of ginseng whisker every day. Thank you. But I said before, if you could cure my mother, my body would be yours afterward. Could you please look after my mother for me? Lu Erlong felt no reluctance at all. She was satisfied just to exchange her own body for her mother's health. Who said I wanted your body? Qian said, speechless. I'll return this body to you tomorrow. Do you have any relatively safe place here? I want to cultivate using your body. Yes, yes. Hearing that she didn't have to die, Lu Erlong quickly led the way for Qian. Qian arrived at Lu Erlong's family cellar. However, due to Lu mother's severe illness, the cellar was empty, containing nothing. He entered the cellar, preparing to consume the coxcomb phoenix sunflower. Suddenly, Qian thought of Lu Erlong's financial situation. Consuming the coxcomb phoenix sunflower would likely burn her clothes, adding to her burden. I really am too thoughtful. Qian took off Lu Erlong's clothes. Although she was younger than Bibi Dong, her figure was extremely fiery. Moreover, she hadn't developed large muscles all over her body due to the fire dragon martial soul. Instead, she was voluptuous and plump, feeling firm and elastic to the touch. What are you doing? Lu Erlong felt somewhat embarrassed. Although she couldn't control her body, she was aware of her five senses and could feel Qian stroking her body with her own hands. This was an experience she had never had before, yet she did not stop it. Because Qian had cured her mother, she would not stop Qian no matter what he did to her. Nothing. Qian reluctantly withdrew his hand, deciding that one feeling was enough. He dared not use Lu Erlong's body to perform water magic, fearing he might grow fond of the feeling and then fall to femininity. The mere thought was terrifying. Cultivation was more important. Once his cultivation level increased, what beautiful woman wouldn't he be able to get? Seeing Qian withdraw his hand, Lu Erlong felt a strange sense of loss. Qian took out the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, put it directly into his mouth, and swallowed it without chewing. An extremely terrifying fire attribute energy erupted. Qian quickly began to cultivate, channeling this power through the fire dragon martial soul. Before long, flames began to rise from Qian's body, and his spirit was slowly changing. Unfortunately, Lu Erlong had not yet absorbed her fourth spirit ring, and her spirit power was stuck in a bottleneck, so her spirit power level did not increase as a result. The spirit power accumulated within her body would only erupt after she absorbed a spirit ring. Unconsciously, Qian fell into deep meditation, channeling the medicinal power of the coxcomb phoenix sunflower. The next morning, Qian woke up in the Nuoding Academy dormitory, and a spirit power fluctuation emanated from him. His spirit power leapt from level 2 to level 7. However, what he brought back was only spirit power. The effect of the coxcomb phoenix sunflower on spirit evolution was not transferred back. Chapter 17. Spirit power surges, call me benefactor. The spirit power fluctuations erupting from Qian's body woke Tang San and Xiao Wu, who were sleeping. They looked towards the source of the spirit power fluctuations, only to see it was Qian, who was sleeping by the window. Tang San was slightly shocked. He actually broke through so quickly. Everyone had only been in the academy for less than a month, yet Qian's spirit power had broken through so quickly. Didn't the teacher say that the quality of the spirit is directly proportional to innate full spirit power, and the better the spirit quality, the faster the cultivation speed? Tang San was a little puzzled. He had innate full spirit power, and his spirit power only broke through to level 12 after absorbing a 400-year spirit ring. But Qi Tian had broken through without a sound. I need to ask the teacher. Tang San thought to himself. His purple demon eye had not yet reached the mustard seed realm, so he couldn't see through Qi Tian's spirit power and only assumed Qi Tian had broken through to level 3. Xiao Wu only glanced at him and didn't care about Qi Tian's breakthrough. She was also level 12 now, and with the one level gained from condensing a spirit ring, her spirit power had also broken through, so she didn't take Qi Tian's breakthrough seriously. Qi Tian felt the surging spirit power within his dantian, a little excited. If he only cultivated with blue-silver grass, it would be good to increase one level of spirit power per year. But now, he had broken through 5 levels overnight, which he couldn't help but be excited about. The surging fire attribute spirit power was absorbed and transformed by the vortex in his dantian, becoming a larger ice-fire vortex. Qi Tian's body was also constantly being tempered by this small ice and fire yin-yang well. I hope that before I break through to level 10, this ultimate ice and fire spirit power can temper my body to be strong. Enough. He currently had no money to buy whale glue, so he could only rely on physical exercise to strengthen his physique, which had minimal effect. Qi Tian hoped that this ice and fire spirit power could continuously strengthen his physique, increase his tolerance, and allow him to absorb high-year spirit rings as much as possible. I didn't go to Bibi Dong yesterday, I wonder what she'll think. 20 years ago, Slaughter City. Bibi Dong hadn't registered for the Hell Slaughter Arena for 2 days. At this moment, with a nervous heart, she kept calling Qi Tian's name in her mind. Where did this guy go? He hasn't appeared for 2 days. Did something happen to him in the future? Bibi Dong worried. She had completely believed Qi Tian's words, believing that Qi Tian was a soul from the future who had come here through some spacetime method. It's all this guy's fault for not telling me where to find him in the future. Otherwise, with my ability, couldn't I protect a spirit master who just started cultivating? Qi Tian's previous performance, not even knowing meditation cultivation methods, led her to conclude that Qi Tian was a spirit master who had only recently awakened his spirit. Unfortunately, Qi Tian refused to tell her the specific time and place he was in the future. Otherwise, Bibi Dong could go directly to him, protect him, and even take him as a disciple. These 2 days, she had been exhausted, unable to eat or sleep, not even wanting to fight in the Hell Slaughter Arena, all because of Qi Tian. She suddenly realized that she couldn't live without Qi Tian anymore. It should be night again now. If I sleep, maybe he'll appear when I wake up. Bibi Dong thought. Bibi Dong forced herself to sleep, or to enter deep meditation, waiting for Qi Tian to appear. The next morning, the familiar feeling finally returned, and she breathed a sigh of relief. You scoundrel, where have you been these past few days? Bibi Dong demanded before Qi Tian could rub his chest. Qi Tian felt that oppressive decadence and killing intent again, knowing he was in Slaughter City. Hearing Bibi Dong's emotional question, he was a little confused. Days. How many days has it been since I last possessed you? Qi Tian asked. Although Slaughter City saw no sun and had no distinction between day and night, Bibi Dong had brought something to keep time. It was 3 days ago. Bibi Dong said. Qi Tian frowned. If that was the case, the flow of time here was 3 times slower than where he was. Is it that for every person I possess, the time flow ratio doubles? Qi Tian wondered. He could only explain to Bibi Dong, Bibi Dong, I'm afraid I'll only appear once every 3 days from now on. Once every 3 days. Why is that? Bibi Dong asked, puzzled. Qi Tian shook his head, teasing, I don't know either. You wouldn't miss me, would you? HMPH, who would miss you? I wish you'd never appear again. Bibi Dong snapped. How could Qi Tian not hear the insincerity in Bibi Dong's words? Tsunere, this character setting is wrong. Bibi Dong, you should be love-struck and half yandere. If I don't come, won't you feel lonely and desolate? Bibi Dong scoffed, HMPH, who cares? All right, I'll appear once every 3 days from now on. You need to adjust your cultivation plan. Qian soothed. I understand. Although Bibi Dong was a little reluctant, she also knew that they couldn't interfere with such strange spacetime power. Qian chatted with Bibi Dong for a while, telling some stories to relieve the killing intent and decadent aura she had accumulated in Slaughter City. In Slaughter City, even relatives and friends couldn't be trusted, but Bibi Dong could completely trust Qian. With Qian's help, her emotions weren't so extreme, and she hadn't degenerated like others. After alleviating Bibi Dong's emotions, Qian went out and used Bibi Dong's body to accumulate combat experience. The next day, outside Heaven Do City, in Lu family village, Lu Erlong had just woken up and was about to give her mother medicine. She suddenly found that her body was out of her control. Is that you, benefactor? Lu Erlong asked. Qian nodded, then communicated with her using his mental force. That's right, it's me. How is your mother? Lu Erlong said. She's much better, she can already get out of bed and work. Speaking of this, Lu Erlong was a little unhappy again. Her mother's illness was cured, but she refused to rest and insisted on working. As a spirit elder, the 100 gold coin subsidy she received each month was enough for Lu mother's food and expenses for several years. But she insisted on working. What if she got sick from overwork again? It's all right, your mother's root cause of illness has been removed, and she won't be like this again. Qian comforted her. Lu mother was originally a courtesan, but for Lu Erlong, she reformed and became a working woman. She had been accustomed to labor for more than 10 years. If she wasn't allowed to work to prove her worth, she would feel stifled and easily fall ill from depression. You can find her some lighter indoor work, so she won't be exposed to the wind and sun. All right, I'll listen to benefactor. Lu Erlong had nothing to say, but still decided to listen to Qian. This address of benefactor made Qian extremely comfortable. He continued, since your mother's illness is cured, shouldn't you go hunt spirit beasts and obtain a spirit ring? Good. Lu Erlong also wanted to become a spirit ancestor. Without having to take care of her mother, whether she became a mercenary or joined the Heaven Do Empire, she could earn a lot of money. Chapter 18, Meeting Yu Shaogang again. Kishan was wondering if the one level of spirit power that broke through when Lu Erlong absorbed the spirit ring would feed back to his main body. If the one level of spirit power gained from absorbing the spirit ring could also feed back to his main body, then his cultivate speed would be significantly faster. Lu mother also got up. She couldn't sit still and clean the house inside and out, seemingly wanting to drive away the sickness here. Mother, take your medicine. Kishan stuffed a spiritual ginseng root hair into Lu mother's mouth. Oh my, I'm already recovered. This medicinal herb is so potent, don't waste it. Lu mother was reluctant to take the medicine. Mother, this medicine has touched your saliva, if I put it back, the spiritual qi will dissipate. Just eat it, Kishan said helplessly. Lu mother had no choice but to eat the spiritual ginseng root hair. Only then did she say to Lu Erlong, Erlong, do you remember what I told you 2 days ago? Lu Erlong's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly said to Kishan, benefactor, what do you think I should do? Kishan comforted her, born but not raised, one can repay by severing a finger. Besides, he has no feelings for your mother at all, so don't have any psychological burden. Lu Erlong felt a bit better. Okay, I will listen to benefactor. Kishan then said, Mother, I am already a spirit elder now, I don't need to rely on anyone. If you feel too lonely by yourself, how about I go find you a companion? Lu mother had a spirit elder daughter, making her a hot commodity in the matchmaking market. It would be very easy for her to find a man. Moreover, after being nourished by the spiritual ginseng, her complexion had improved significantly, and she looked 20 years younger. Being able to give birth to a beauty like Lu Erlong, she was also an absolute beauty herself, otherwise, it would have been impossible for you Luomian to fancy her. You girl, what nonsense. Are you spouting? Mother has enough with her current life. When she was young, she had fallen into the red light district, experienced everything she should have, saw through everything, and no longer hoped for anything from men. Mother is just an ordinary person and can't help you with anything. Your father is a spirit master, perhaps he can give you some help. Lu Mother stuffed a jade pendant into Lu Erlong's hand and said, "This is the token he gave me, I don't know if it still counts." She wasn't sure if this jade pendant was useful, she only remembered that Yu Luomian didn't have money and had mortgaged this jade pendant to her. "If you miss your father, take this jade pendant and go find him," Lu Mother said. Qishan couldn't help but laugh and cry. He could only tie the jade pendant to his waist, and under Lu Erlong's guidance, took off his money bag and gave it to Lu Mother. "Mother, you have just recovered from a serious illness, so just rest well. If you keep going out to work, what will others think of me? They might say I am an unfilial daughter. Even if you don't think about your own body, you should think about your daughter's reputation." Qishan tried hard to persuade her, and Lu Mother was finally moved. It is Mother's fault, Mother didn't think that far ahead. But if she were to be idle, she wouldn't know what to do. Although this world had plenty of entertainment, it was limited to those wealthy nobles and rich people. "Mother, if you can't stay idle, you can do some work at home, such as weaving clothes, playing music, brewing wine, and so on." Lu Mother's eyes lit up. Good, good. When she was young, she was quite talented in arts, tailoring, singing, and bedroom techniques, otherwise she wouldn't have been fancied by Yu Luomian. Even Lu Erlong had learned a trick or two of her singing skills. Later, after suffering from heartbreak, she lived in seclusion in a small forest, singing sad songs every day. However, these means all required a certain amount of capital to operate. Now that Lu Mother had the startup capital, she could pick up these skills again. "Benefactor, you were really amazing, you actually persuaded Mother. How about I sing a song for you?" Lu Erlong said happily. Qishan shook his head and communicated with her using mental force. "We are communicating with our soul here, even if you sing, I won't be able to hear it." He could only imagine Lu Erlong's voice, but her emotions could be smoothly conveyed. "Ah, then how can I sing a song for Benefactor?" Qishan said, "There will be opportunities in the future. I'm just afraid that by then, you won't recognize me as your benefactor." "How could that be? I will never dare to forget Benefactor's kindness for as long as I live," Lu Erlong said. Qishan laughed heartily and said to Lu Mother, "Mother, I am going out for some training, you should rest well at home." Lu Erlong watched Qishan call Lu Mother, "Mother," over and over again, and felt extremely strange in her heart, as if he and she were husband and wife. "I wonder if Benefactor is originally male or female," Lu Erlong thought with anticipation. "All right, Erlong, you dropped out of the Intermediate Spirit Master Academy for several years to take care of me. Do you want to go back to school?" Lu Mother asked with concern. No wonder Lu Erlong was also deceived by Yu Shaogang, so she dropped out of school so early. Qishan thought to himself. Qishan shook his head and said, "Mother, no need. I am already a spirit elder now, reaching the graduation standard of the Advanced Soul Master Academy." Lu Mother sighed, feeling a bit guilty, but didn't say anything. She prepared to live a good life from now on, earn back face for her daughter, and build her up into a successful, filial daughter persona. After settling Lu Mother, Qishan went out and headed towards the Sunset Forest. Just as he arrived on the main road, Qishan suddenly saw a familiar person. It was actually Yu Shaogang, who had been kicked out by Spirit Hall. Beside Yu Shaogang was a youth with a face like a Shu soul. He seemed to respect Yu Shaogang very much. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was also near Heaven Do City. Could he be going home? That's right, Yu Tianong knew Yu Shaogang and had spent time with him. After Yu Shaogang was expelled from the family, he must have returned home at some point. Could it be this time? Perhaps because Qishan took an extra look, Yu Shaogang's gaze also swept over. To think there is a beauty in the world who is not much inferior to Bibi Dong. Yu Shaogang was shocked inside. This is the road to the Sunset Forest. Could she be going to hunt a spirit beast? I'll go ask. She is so young, yet she can hunt spirit beasts on her own. Her cultivation level shouldn't be low. If only I could recruit her into our team. Thinking of this, Yu Shaogang took a few steps forward and arrived in front of Qishan. "Hello, young miss, may I ask if you are going to the Sunset Forest to hunt a spirit beast?" Qishan looked at Yu Shaogang's confident appearance and almost couldn't help but expose his identity and give him a good beating. However, it seemed that Yu Shaogang and Lu Erlong met during this period. He was expelled from Spirit Hall and met Lu Erlong, who had just lost her closest relative and was at a low point in her life. Yu Shaogang took advantage of the situation and won Lu Erlong's heart. But in this world, with Qian's intervention, he would not let Yu Shaogang succeed. Correct. Do you have any advice for me? Qian asked, raising an eyebrow. So confident. Both Yu Shaogang and the youth behind him were moved. Ahem. Yu Shaogang cleared his throat and said, "Young miss, to tell you the truth, I have achieved some accomplishments in spirit theory research. If you don't mind, I am willing to offer you some advice on the selection of spirit rings." Chapter 19. Yu Shaogang, Spirit Hall plagiarized my theories. After being driven out of Spirit Hall, Yu Shaogang thought he had no hope left in this life. Fortunately, he met a young spirit master who greatly admired him, which allowed him to regain his confidence. This young man was Flender, who stood behind him. Although Flender's facial features were as flat as a shoe sole and not very attractive, his strength was not weak. Moreover, after getting to know Flender, Yu Shaogang realized that the books he was allowed to read in Spirit Hall were priceless treasures outside. Qian pretended to be interested and asked, "Since you have made achievements in spirit theory, your cultivation must be very high, right?" Yu Shaogang's face stiffened, feeling a bit awkward. Why did this woman have to bring up his sore spot? Fortunately, someone came to his rescue. The young man behind him spoke, "Sister, although Shaogang is only at level 29, it's due to the malignant mutation of his spirit." But Shaogang didn't give up on himself because of this. He devoted himself to studying spirit theory and is now known as a grandmaster in spirit theory, with a groundbreaking work, The 10 Core Competitivenesses of Martial Souls. Even Spirit Hall deliberately sent its holy maiden, Bibi Dong, to approach him, intending to plagiarize his spirit theory. To cover up the truth, Spirit Hall even expelled him from Spirit City. Qian was stunned by this, and even Lu Erlong was somewhat skeptical. Benefactor, is this person really that amazing? Spirit Hall shouldn't be so despicable, right? Lu Erlong asked. She had relied on Spirit Hall's gold coin subsidies to extend her mother's life, so she found it hard to believe Spirit Hall would do such a thing. Qian said, "Of course what he said is false. If he were really that amazing, why would Spirit Hall let him leave? Not everyone in Spirit Hall is Su Yuntao." Yu Shaogang only stopped Flender after he finished his introduction. "Flender, don't talk nonsense. It wouldn't be good if people from Spirit Hall heard you." He was a bit embarrassed by Flender's praise. To gain Flender's trust, Yu Shaogang had indeed recounted some half-truths, and in some parts, he was vague, letting Flender fill in the blanks, which led Flender to concoct this version of events. Yu Shaogang didn't bother to explain, allowing Flender to misinterpret his meaning. Even if Spirit Hall were to pursue the matter, he could clear himself of any involvement. Yu Shaogang had thought it through. He planned to travel the world, take on a talented disciple, and mentor them to success, using this to prove himself to his clan and Spirit Hall. However, traveling the continent with his current strength would be somewhat difficult, so he intended to bring Flender and the woman in front of him into his group. Yu Shaogang said, "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Yu Shaogang, and this is my companion Flender. May I ask for your name, miss?" Qian deliberately adjusted the jade token hanging at her waist before saying, "My name is Lu Erlong." Yu Shaogang followed Qian's movement and looked at her waist. Upon seeing the familiar jade token, his pupils suddenly contracted. However, he quickly composed himself and cautiously asked, "Miss Lu, may I please take a look at this jade token?" His reaction made even Lu Erlong feel surprised and uncertain. "Benefactor, quickly ask him for me, he seems to recognize this jade token." Qian took off the jade token and handed it to Yu Shaogang, saying, "You seem to recognize this jade token." Yu Shaogang took the jade token and saw that it was indeed an identity jade token of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. "Is she a clan disciple? But I don't seem to have seen her before. And her surname is Lu." Yu Shaogang wondered. To confirm his thoughts, Yu Shaogang still asked, "Miss Lu, what is your spirit?" Qian said, "My spirit is a fire dragon." Fire dragon, not a Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Did she kill a disciple of the Blue Lightning clan and seize this jade token? Yu Shaogang silently took a step back, shielding Flender in front of him. Although he had been expelled from the clan, it didn't mean he had no feelings for it. Benefactor, what's wrong with him? He seems a bit scared of me. Lu Erlong asked in Qi Tian's mind. Qi Tian said, did you forget what your mother told you a few days ago? What is your birth father's surname? It seems to be, Yu. That's right, Yu Shaogang also has the surname Yu. Are they family? Lu Erlong said. Indeed, as far as I know, among Spirit Master clans with the surname Yu on the continent, the most famous is the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. He recognizes that jade token, so he should be from your father's family. Maybe you're even siblings. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan is one of the upper three sects, seemingly harmonious with Spirit Hall on the surface, but secretly they are in opposition. This Yu Shaogang actually joined Spirit Hall. He might be the kind of person who betrays his teachers and destroys his ancestors. You should be careful and don't let him deceive you. Qi Tian took the opportunity to poison Lu Erlong's mind, preventing her from falling in love with Yu Shaogang again, which would make him unable to complete his mission. If not for Lu Erlong's righteous and hateful nature, who wouldn't kill innocent people indiscriminately, Qi Tian would have wanted to kill Yu Shaogang directly and complete the mission. I didn't expect him to be such a person. Benefactor, don't worry, I won't be fooled by him. Lu Erlong promised. At this point, Yu Shaogang felt safe and then questioned, Miss Lu, where did this jade token come from? After Qi Tian finished explaining to Lu Erlong, he spoke, my mother gave me this jade token. What's wrong? Do you recognize this jade token? Could her mother be a powerful spirit master who killed a disciple of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan? Yu Shaogang thought with a frown. Looking at Flender in front of him, Yu Shaogang felt a little more at ease. Yu Shaogang asked nervously, to be honest, this jade token is a symbol of identity for my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. May I ask where your esteemed mother obtained this jade token? Qi Tian chuckled, didn't you just say you were expelled by Spirit Hall? How did you become a disciple of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan again? As far as I know, although the sect masters of the upper three sects are all guest elders of Spirit Hall, they are actually at odds with Spirit Hall. More than 10 years ago, Teng Chen and Qian Douluo returned from Sea God Island. After a battle determined the victor, both retired behind the scenes. Although this matter was little known, it wasn't a secret either. So the upper three sects and Spirit Hall were not that harmonious. If someone left their sect to join Spirit Hall, they were a genuine traitor. Yu Shaogang was speechless, and Flender was astonished. Shaogang, I didn't realize you were from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. He was somewhat delighted. Flender's greatest wish was to establish a high-level Spirit Master Academy renowned throughout the continent, and what he needed most were geniuses like Yu Shaogang. However, before that, he needed to make a name for himself so that he could attract faculty and students when he opened the academy later. Yu Shaogang's face twisted in bitterness, returning to his familiar depressed demeanor. Flender, I didn't intentionally hide it from you. I was banished by my clan because of a malignant spirit mutation, which is why I joined Spirit Hall. He was ostensibly explaining to Flender, but he was also answering Qi Tian's previous question. Chapter 20, Do you want a martial soul fusion skill? Just as Yu Shaogang finished speaking, Qi Tian questioned him. Since you are a grandmaster of spirit theory, and even Spirit Hall wants to plagiarize your theories, why would the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan actually expel you? Is it that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan doesn't know a treasure when they see one? Or is it because you hadn't actually researched any theories at that time? You say Spirit Hall expelled you to plagiarize your spirit theories, but I think it's because you plagiarized Spirit Hall's theories, right? He only came up with those so-called spirit theories after joining Spirit Hall. Who would believe it wasn't plagiarism? After Qi Tian finished speaking, Yu Shaogang's expression turned ugly. Before he could speak, Flender argued on his behalf, impossible. Shaogang is not that kind of person. With Shaogang's talent, how could he possibly plagiarize Spirit Hall's theories? Yu Shaogang also wanted to skip this topic and hurriedly and stiffly change the subject. Young Miss Lu, if you don't explain the origin of this jade pendant clearly, don't blame me for being impolite. Qi Tian smiled and said, impolite. With your level 29 spirit power, how do you plan to be impolite? Forget it, just take the jade pendant. I don't want it anyway. Go back and give it to you Luomian. By the way, my fire dragon martial soul also mutated from a blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit. He had discussed it with Luo Long, and since she didn't want to acknowledge her irresponsible father, Qian directly exposed the matter. What? Then your relationship with second uncle? Yu Shaoging's expression changed, realizing he had misunderstood. He was just about to ask for clarification, but Qian had already headed toward the sunset forest. Shaoging, could she be your younger sister? Flender asked with a sinister smile. From the first moment he saw Luo Long, he was captivated by her beauty. If she was Yu Shaoging's sister, then he had definitely found himself a brother-in-law in Yu Shaoging. Yu Shaoging finally realized that Luo Long was very likely his second uncle's illegitimate daughter. He suddenly remembered the 2 books from Spirit Hall's collection he had obtained in exchange for medical prescriptions, one of which recorded martial soul fusion skills. Some martial soul fusion skills were performed by siblings with blood relations because their spirits were highly compatible. For example, Spirit Hall once had 2 biological brothers with coiling dragon rod spirits who could perform a martial soul fusion skill. Yu Shaoging didn't know that those 2 had already become elders of Spirit Hall, and such things wouldn't be recorded in that book. Luo Long's spirit is also a mutated spirit. I wonder if we can perform a martial soul fusion skill. The book said that people with compatible spirits would feel a special attraction upon seeing each other. I noticed Luo Long. Could it be because we can perform a martial soul fusion skill? If I could perform a martial soul fusion skill and be the dominant one, that would be great. No, I have to go find her and ask clearly. Thinking of this, Yu Shaoging prepared to chase after Luo Long. Unfortunately, his strength was low, and since his beast spirit was separated from his body, he couldn't catch up to Luo Long at all. He had no choice but to call Flender. Flender, I still have some things to ask Luo Long clearly, can you come with me? Of course. Flender's eyes lit up. He had wanted to urge Yu Shaoging to chase after her for a long time. An hour later, Qian entered the sunset forest. He had the experience of entering the sunset forest twice, so he was now familiar with the path and entered the forest directly. This mission doesn't count as completed. Qian speculated, is it because Yu Shaoging will deceive Luo Long in the future, or will her mother encounter a crisis later? He felt a bit uneasy and prepared to cause more trouble for Yu Shaoging. Long, do you know about martial soul fusion skills? Qian asked. Luo Long had dropped out of school for many years and was ignorant of much knowledge, so she asked curiously, martial soul fusion skills? Correct, a martial soul fusion skill is a skill performed by 2 or more people with compatible spirits merging their spirits together. The spirit power and spirit rings of all parties involved in the martial soul fusion stack, allowing for the display of terrifying strength. A martial soul fusion skill between 2 spirit Douluo can go head-to-head with an ordinary titled Douluo. Luo Long felt that her useless knowledge had increased again, and she didn't know why Qian brought this up. Qian deliberated. People with compatible spirits will be attracted to each other. Since both Yu Shaoging and Flender are attracted to you, I suspect you can perform a martial soul fusion skill. What? I can perform a martial soul fusion skill with them? Luo Long asked in shock. While continuing on their way, Qian said candidly, this is just my guess. Cultivating a martial soul fusion skill will make both parties share a tacit understanding and become increasingly in sync. If they are of the opposite sex, the 2 parties cultivating the martial soul fusion skill might even mistake this feeling for love. Do you want to cultivate a martial soul fusion skill with them? Luo Long recalled what the 2 looked like and hurriedly said, I don't want to have a spiritual connection with them. I can become a powerhouse on my own. She was no longer the original Luo Long. Now her mother was healthy, and her life was getting better and better, so why would she fancy them? Logically speaking, if Flender were to perform a martial soul fusion skill with Luo Long, it should also result in a spiritual connection. But after Yu Shaoging fled the wedding, Luo Long didn't fancy Flender, which showed that Luo Long still preferred someone slightly better looking. Although Yu Shaogang didn't look very good either, he was much better than Flender. However, now that Lu Erlong hadn't experienced the pain of losing her mother or the low point of being homeless, she wouldn't let Yu Shaogang take advantage of the situation. Good, I believe that with your own ability, you can also become a powerhouse who can stand on your own. Qi Tian encouraged. And with your help, benefactor, I will definitely become a powerhouse. Lu Erlong said. She thought for a moment and then tentatively asked, benefactor, are you a human? Or a deity? Can't I be a ghost? Qi Tian asked. This world also had folklore about ghosts. There is a spirit master in Spirit Hall who is possessed by a ghost and awakened a Gui Mei spirit. How could a ghost be as good as you? Then do you hope I am a human or a deity? Qi Tian asked. Lu Erlong thought for a moment and said, I hope you are a human, benefactor, so that I might have a chance to find you. Ha, I am indeed a human. Really? Then will I have a chance to see you? Lu Erlong asked. Qi Tian said, there will be a chance. But I'm afraid you won't recognize me by then. He was talking about the world he was in. Since the system said this was a parallel world, the Lu Erlong on that side probably wouldn't know Qi Tian. That won't happen. No matter what you look like, benefactor, I will definitely be able to recognize you. After speaking, Lu Erlong asked expectantly, benefactor, since you are a human, are you a man or a woman? I am a man, you wouldn't mind, would you? Qi Tian asked. How could I? Benefactor saved my mother, I am too grateful to mind, why would I? How could Lu Erlong mind? In her heart, she was even secretly happy. Benefactor, where are you from? What is your name? How old are you? Who is in your family? Are you married? Qi Tian was speechless. Why are you trying to check my household registration? Chapter 21, Lu Erlong absorbs a spirit ring. Qi Tian eventually told Lu Erlong his name, but she didn't change how she addressed him. Erlong, I know where there's a suitable spirit beast for you, let's go there first. Okay, I'll listen to benefactor. Lu Erlong was completely obedient to Qi Tian, looking forward to their official meeting in the future. The spirit beast Qi Tian spoke of was one he discovered when he possessed Bibidong some time ago. It was a king of the earth of about 5,000 years, and it was so foolish as to block Qi Tian's path. How could Qi Tian tolerate it? He casually used a spirit ability, released death spider venom, and injured the king of the earth. He wondered if its injury had healed now, and if the death spider venom had been neutralized. More than an hour later, Qi Tian finally arrived at a mountainous area full of small caves. These caves led directly to underground magma, which were the preferred layers of the king of the earth. This is it. Qi Tian took out a piece of spiritual ginseng that Lu Mother hadn't finished eating, letting its scent spread out. These spirit beasts are extremely sensitive to heaven and earth treasure and would definitely be attracted. And since this was the king of the earth's territory, the first to appear would definitely be the king of the earth. Indeed, after a short while, several red scorpions appeared. They were all century-old spirit beasts and dared not approach Qi Tian. Qi Tian waited for a while before seeing a large white scorpion appear. The cultivation of these scorpion spirit beasts is generally reflected in their tails. The longer the tail, the higher the age. This white scorpion's tail had a full 10 segments, and it had just shed its shell not long ago, indicating it was a king of the earth that had just broken through 5,000 years. Its newly grown shell still had many traces of corrosion from the death spider venom, pitted and uneven, and its aura had not returned to its peak. It seems its injury hasn't healed yet. Qi Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Hunting a 5,000-year spirit beast alone is a risky endeavor, but it's different if it's a weakened 5,000-year spirit beast. It was precisely because the king of the earth's injuries hadn't healed and its poison hadn't been neutralized that it coveted the spiritual ginseng Qi Tian had just taken out. This was a spiritual ginseng with several thousand years of age. It might seem insignificant in the ice and fire yin-yang well, but it was extremely precious outside. Want it? Come and chase me. Qi Tian waved the spiritual ginseng in his hand. Qi Tian feigned weakness, running away with the spiritual ginseng. He didn't want to fight the king of the earth on its territory. The king of the earth sensed that Qi Tian's aura wasn't very strong and quickly chased after him. The fire dragon martial soul had wings, and its agility attribute wasn't low, so Qitian's speed wasn't slow, constantly keeping ahead of the king of the earth. After a while, Qitian ran to a small stream on the outskirts and then stopped to wait for the king of the earth. This was the periphery of Sunset Forest, where dangerous spirit beasts were extremely rare. Killing the king of the earth here and absorbing its spirit ring would be safer. Benefactor, be careful, it's catching up. Lu Erlong reminded him. It's fine. I can handle it. Qitian immediately performed martial soul possession, a fiery red spirit power light emanating from his body, and dragon scales grew in some places. This fire dragon was a mutation of the blue lightning tyrant dragon, and the two shared similar characteristics, with the dragon transformation trait also retained. After Qitian performed martial soul possession, his arms and legs transformed into dragon forms, and dragon wings grew on his back. The king of the earth saw that it had caught up to Qitian and quickly charged forward, swinging its tail at Qitian. Qitian's combat experience had already been honed in Slaughter City, and Lu Erlong's martial soul was a powerful attack system beast spirit, making her body incredibly strong. He twisted his body and dodged the king of the earth's tail. When the king of the earth saw Qitian dodge, its two large pincers slammed violently onto the ground. The ground vibrated violently, and some areas even collapsed, but what was more terrifying was a pillar of fiery magma erupting from beneath Lu Erlong. This was the king of the earth's ultimate skill, but it underestimated the strength of Lu Erlong's body. The ground tremor just now didn't affect Qitian at all, so he still had a chance to dodge this skill. Qitian burst out of the king of the earth's skill range, his second spirit ring flashing under his feet, and his dragon claws struck at the old wounds on the king of the earth's back. Lu Erlong's first spirit ability was called Open Black Lens Bracket Fire Dragon's Breath Close Black Lens Bracket, a fire-breathing skill that wasn't very effective against the king of the earth. Even though Lu Erlong had consumed the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, turning her flames into ultimate fire. But the king of the earth lived in an underground magma environment, so its resistance to fire attribute energy was also very strong. Fire attacks were less effective than direct damage. Therefore, Qitian chose to use his second spirit ability Open Black Lens Bracket Exploding Dragon Claw Close Black Lens Bracket and third spirit ability Open Black Lens Bracket Fire Dragon Roar Close Black Lens Bracket. Qitian tore open the king of the earth's old wounds with a single claw, causing it such pain that its two large pincers and tail hook attacked Qitian simultaneously. Qitian's third purple spirit ring flashed under his feet, and the fire dragon let out a roar, its dragon might spreading out and directly seizing the king of the earth's mind. He took this opportunity to repeat his tactic, swiftly attacking the king of the earth's old wounds. This was called kicking a cripple in his crippled leg. These old wounds had no armor defense, and they were quickly shredded by Qitian. Too violent, Lu Erlong exclaimed, feeling that Qitian understood the art of combat. In her daily battles, she also tried to maximize the advantages of her attack system beast spirit, engaging in close-quarters combat, with every claw strike hitting flesh. When the king of the earth's mind recovered, it found its body had already been severely wounded by Qitian. Seeing this, Qitian quickly dragged it towards the outskirts of the forest to prevent attracting other spirit beasts and disturbing Qitian's absorption of the spirit ring. After a short while, Qitian arrived at the forest's periphery and directly ended the king of the earth's life with his dragon claws. As soon as the king of the earth died, a purple spirit ring floated in the air. Erlong, pay attention to the surroundings. If anyone intrudes, remind me, I'll focus on absorbing the spirit ring. Qitian said. Okay, benefactor, be careful. Lu Erlong replied. Qitian immediately began absorbing the 5,000-year spirit ring. Lu Erlong's spirit was already good, and she had consumed an immortal herb, so absorbing a limit spirit ring wouldn't be a big problem. The explosive spirit ring energy surged into his body, impacting Qitian's meridians. Qitian gritted his teeth and endured, drawing experience from absorbing the spirit ring. He tried to guide these energies, enduring immense pain. Lu Erlong also felt the pain in her body, but she still followed Qitian's instructions, focusing her attention on the surroundings. This was the periphery of Sunset Forest. At most, there were only some low-level spirit beasts. Those low-level spirit beasts had long been scared away by the king of the earth's aura, so they posed no danger. The most dangerous here, on the contrary, were human spirit masters. More than half an hour later, Qian finally subdued the violent spirit ring energy. He breathed a sigh of relief. The subsequent steps were no longer dangerous, he just needed to let his spirit absorb the spirit ring. The purple spirit ring returned to its place, and Qian now had 4 spirit rings under his feet, the optimal configuration of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, and his state had returned to its peak. Benefactor, someone's coming, Lu Erlong warned. It's all right, we've succeeded. Chapter 22, nearly burning Yu Shaogang to death. Lu Erlong could sense someone approaching, and Qian naturally could as well. Qian was absorbing a spirit ring here. Anyone who intruded rashly was committing a serious provocation. So, Qian didn't stand on ceremony with the intruder and directly unleashed a spirit ability, open black lens bracket breath of the fire dragon close black lens bracket, in their direction. An extremely terrifying pillar of fire erupted towards the approaching person. Luo San Pao, be careful. Ah tilde Flender, save me. Yu Shaogang wailed. Such terrifying flames. Shaogang, hurry and go. I can't take this head on either. Flender quickly retreated, carrying Yu Shaogang. He was an agility attack system battle spirit master, so his speed was not slow, and he managed to dodge the attack with Yu Shaogang. But Luo Sanpao wasn't so lucky. It was burned to dissipation by Lu Erlong's ultimate fire and returned to Yu Shaogang's body. The residual ultimate fire spirit power was also brought back by Luo Sanpao, causing Yu Shaogang to roll on the ground, burning. For a moment, his face was flushed red, like a thoroughly cooked shrimp. Fortunately, this was just one of Lu Erlong's 100-year spirit abilities, and Yu Shaogang was also a spirit grandmaster, so he could resist it somewhat and wasn't directly burned to death. It's them, Lu Erlong exclaimed. Qian said, I didn't know it was Yu Shaogang and them. If I had known, I wouldn't have attacked proactively. Qian walked towards the place where Yu Shaogang was wailing, only to see Yu Shaogang gritting his teeth, curled up on the ground. He was using all his strength to resist the fire-attributed spirit power brought back by Luo Sanpao, unable to even speak. Although this spirit ability was only from a 200-year spirit ring, with the addition of ultimate fire, its power was not to be underestimated. Moreover, after Qian absorbed the King of the Earth's spirit ring, she broke through a bottleneck, and the spirit power accumulated from the immortal herb earlier also erupted. Her spirit power surged, reaching level 46. Under the enhancement of powerful spirit power, even a 200-year spirit ability could unleash unimaginable power. How could it be you? Don't you know that you shouldn't disturb others when they are absorbing a spirit ring? Qian retorted. Flender awkwardly said, it was our recklessness. We just sensed terrifying energy fluctuations here, so we thought of coming to take a look. If we had known it was Miss Lu absorbing a spirit ring, we would definitely have waited until Miss Lu finished absorbing it before approaching. Actually, all of this was Luo Sanpao's fault. Yu Shaogang had told Luo Sanpao to track Lu Erlong's scent. But he didn't expect Luo Sanpao to run too fast, rushing within the safe distance of Qian's spirit ring absorption, so Qian couldn't be blamed for attacking it. After a while, Yu Shaogang finally recovered, neutralizing the terrifying fire-attributed energy. However, his spirit power was completely exhausted, his face was pale, his clothes were soaked, and he was extremely scared. If Flender hadn't pulled him away, he would have perished in that terrifying spirit ability. But he didn't dare to say anything. Who told Luo Sanpao to rashly intrude into someone else's spirit ring absorption area? Yu Shaogang had joined Spirit Hall right after being expelled from his family, always staying at the top of an ivory tower, never having experienced the harsh realities of society. Only after he gained more experience on the continent would he gradually understand these taboos. Yu Shaogang endured the pain and sat up, saying to Qian, I'm sorry, Miss Lu, I came to return the jade token. He took out a jade token from the 24 moonlit bridges at his waist and handed it to Qian. It was the same jade token from before. Seeing Qian's indifference, he added, Miss Lu, I didn't know about your relationship with my second uncle before, which is why I said those things. You should be my second uncle's daughter. Why don't you come back to the family with me, acknowledge your ancestors, and change your surname back to Yu? Yu Xiaogang was very smart. Based on Lu Erlong's surname, he could roughly guess her situation. He had never seen this younger sister since childhood, so he knew Lu Erlong was his second uncle's illegitimate daughter from outside. If he could help Lu Erlong acknowledge her ancestors, he believed she would be grateful to him. He could then use this to get closer to her and try to cultivate a martial soul fusion skill. Qian used her mental force to ask Lu Erlong, "Erlong, do you want to acknowledge your ancestors?" Lu Erlong was also conflicted. In truth, she had cultivated to her current level through her own abilities and didn't care for any of the upper three sects. Yu Luomian had never raised her, and instead caused her and her mother much suffering. To be honest, she would rather call Qian father than acknowledge Yu Luomian as her father. At the very least, Qian saved her mother and greatly increased her strength. After consuming the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, she could perceive that her spirit's flames had undergone earth-shattering changes. The surging spirit power after absorbing the spirit ring just now should also be the effect of that spiritual medicine. All of this was given by Qian. She would never forget this kindness. "Benefactor, what do you think I should do?" Lu Erlong asked. Qian said, "Your spirit is a mutated fire dragon. Even if you acknowledge your ancestors, it probably won't help your cultivation much. The cultivation experience of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan might not be applicable to a fire dragon. Look at Luo Sanpao, wasn't it ruined by this empirical knowledge? Otherwise, Yu Xiaogang might have had a chance to make Luo Sanpao evolve. However, I suggest you ask your mother for her opinion. If she still thinks of your biological father, you can follow her wishes. If she doesn't think of your father, then you can do whatever you want." Lu Erlong said, "Benefactor, you are truly thoughtful. I will go back and ask mother. If mother wants to see him, I'll go. If mother doesn't want to see him, then I'll forget about it." The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan produced someone like Yu Xiaogang, so the internal family dynamics probably aren't very harmonious. She had a fiery, straightforward personality and disliked dealing with schemes and intrigues. Once she returned to the family, it would inevitably involve open and secret struggles. Most importantly, she sensed that Qian seemed to dislike Yu Xiaogang and Flender. If her benefactor didn't like them, then she wouldn't either. "All right, I'll refuse him now," Qian said. Qian took the jade token and said, "I'll take this jade token. It belongs to my mother, and I will return it to her. As for acknowledging ancestors, I think I'll pass. I've cultivated alone all these years and have already reached over 40 levels of spirit power. If I went to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, I'm afraid I'd end up like you, still at level 29 at such an old age." Qian openly mocked him, and Yu Xiaogang's pale face became even uglier. At the same time, he was incredibly shocked. Lu Erlong looked 17 or 18, yet she was already over level 40. This terrifying cultivation talent would be among the best even within a sect. If all went well, Lu Erlong might even break through the titled Douluo realm and become a renowned powerhouse. If he could cultivate a martial soul fusion skill with her, it would be equivalent to him also becoming a renowned powerhouse. So, Yu Xiaogang patiently explained, "Cousin, you've misunderstood. I couldn't break through level 30 because my spirit suffered a malignant mutation. With your talent, you definitely won't end up like me." Chapter 23, The Shock of the Two. Seeing that Qian seemed uninterested in returning to the clan, Yu Xiaogang immediately changed his tune. "It's fine if my cousin doesn't want to return to the clan. We are siblings, and blood is thicker than water. If you need help, you can always come to me." He recalled that Lu Erlong had mentioned earlier that day she was going to hunt a spirit beast to acquire a spirit ring and break through her bottleneck. Since he happened to have some research on spirit theory, he thought it best to display his talent in this area, which might make Lu Erlong see him in a new light. Thinking this, he said, "Cousin, you just absorbed your fourth spirit ring, correct? May I ask what kind of spirit ring you absorbed?" Flender had originally wanted to praise Qian after hearing her say she was over rank 40, but hearing Yu Shaogang seemingly wanting to expound on his spirit theory again, he swallowed his words and quietly listened to Yu Shaogang lecture. Qi Tian found it slightly amusing seeing Yu Shaogang, despite his pale face, insist on showing off. Yu Shaogang, you should just call me by my name. I have no connection to your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, and no connection to you either. If you have any advice, just say it directly. Yu Shaogang took Qi Tian's words to heart and dared not try to use blood relation to establish a connection again. Lu Erlong, you left this morning to hunt spirit beasts here, and you absorbed a spirit ring in just over half a day. Isn't that too fast? He believed that Qi Tian must have absorbed a low-year spirit ring in such a short time. According to my understanding, this is the periphery of Sunset Forest. Most spirit beasts living here are 10-year or 100-year spirit beasts. Could it be that your fourth spirit ring is a 100-year spirit ring? Qi Tian neither confirmed nor denied it. When he had acted earlier, these two had not seen his spirit rings. Seeing Qi Tian remain silent, Yu Shaogang continued his analysis. Lu Erlong, according to my spirit theory, the maximum year limit for a spirit master absorbing a fourth spirit ring is 5,000 years. The higher the year limit of the spirit ring, the greater the power of the spirit ability. Based on my theoretical research, animal spirits can absorb the spirit rings of plant spirit beasts, and plant spirits can also absorb the spirit rings of animal spirit beasts. If your strength, Lu Erlong, is insufficient to hunt a 5,000-year animal spirit beast, you could actually consider a plant spirit beast. Most plant spirit beasts are immobile, making them much easier to hunt than animal spirit beasts. Yu Shaogang grew more confident as he spoke, even starting to recommend some easy-to-hunt plant spirit beasts to Qi Tian, such as blue-silver grass and solitary bamboo. In Qi Tian's mind, Lu Erlong asked suspiciously, "Benefactor, is what he is saying true?" Qi Tian replied, "The year limit of a spirit ring isn't strictly limited. 5,000 years is just the absorption limit for the fourth spirit ring of an average genius spirit master. The year limit of the spirit ring a spirit master can absorb is related to the quality of the spirit master's spirit, their mental force, physique, and the spirit ring's compatibility. Everyone's situation is different. Some people can't even handle a 3,000-year spirit ring, while others can absorb spirit rings over 5,000 years." Lu Erlong understood. Hearing this, Yu Shaogang's theory sounded somewhat rigid and based on rote memorization. Her guess was correct. Yu Shaogang's theory was copied from books belonging to Spirit Hall. It was a massive data report compiled by generations of Spirit Hall members, involving tens of thousands of spirit masters each generation, and Yu Shaogang had simply plagiarized it. "Can I absorb the spirit ring of a plant spirit beast, then?" Lu Erlong asked. "You can, but it's best not to. Unless that plant spirit beast is exceptionally compatible with your spirit, or the spirit ring quality is superb. For example, spirit beasts like Dragon Blood Vine or Thunderous Prison Vine, which are excellent quality and compatible with you, or a 100,000-year spirit beast. Otherwise, rashly absorbing a plant spirit beast's spirit ring could negatively affect your future cultivation." "I understand." Lu Erlong naturally trusted Qi Tian, and comparing the two, her aversion to Yu Shaogang grew stronger. After answering Lu Erlong's question, Qi Tian perfunctorily said to Yu Shaogang, "Yu Shaogang, if you have nothing else, I'll be leaving now." Having said that, Qi Tian didn't wait for Yu Shaogang's reply, left the Sunset Forest, and hurried in the direction of home. Lu Erlong, my theory. I haven't finished explaining it yet. Yu Shaogang tried to keep her. Unfortunately, Qi Tian seemed not to have heard him, quickly disappearing from their sight. Flender, driven by curiosity, wanted to see what kind of spirit beast spirit ring Lu Erlong had absorbed, so he headed towards the spot where she had absorbed it. "Shaogang, come and look quickly." "Flender, what did you find?" "Help me over there," Yu Shaogang asked. He was currently weak all over, sitting on a rock unable to move, and could only act with Flender's help. Flender helped Yu Shaogang over, where they saw the thoroughly pulverized corpse of a spirit beast. The spirit beast corpse was poisonous and too badly mangled to hold much value, so Qi Tian hadn't collected it. "Is this a white king of the earth? 1,000-year spirit beast. Its tail actually has 10 segments, meaning 5,000 years of cultivation." Yu Shaoging's face felt hot. His whole analysis had been wrong, and doing so in front of Lu Erlong was too embarrassing. Flender, however, exclaimed, "Shaoging, your theory was indeed correct. The fourth spirit ring should be a 5,000-year spirit ring. Miss Lu is too incredible. She actually defeated such a powerful spirit beast all by herself." Flender was full of praise. Even though he was already a spirit ancestor, he would have to treat a 5,000-year spirit beast cautiously, let alone a high-grade spirit beast like the King of the Earth. Lu Erlong's excellence completely convinced him. Yu Shaoging also realized Lu Erlong's terrifying talent and became even more reluctant to give up on Lu Erlong as an asset. "Flender, it's getting dark. Let's leave this place first." Since he was injured, staying in the spirit beast forest would easily lead to danger. "All right." Flender took Yu Shaoging and hurried out of the forest. "Shaoging, how is Luo Sanpao? Can he still track Miss Lu's scent?" Yu Shaoging shook his head and said, "Only after my injuries have healed." Early in the morning, Qian woke up from his bed in the Nuoding Academy dormitory. There was another spirit power fluctuation. His spirit power had broken through again, only a few days after his last breakthrough. His spirit power broke through from rank 7 to rank 8. The spirit power gained from them absorbing spirit rings through their bodies can indeed feed back to me. Qian found a small shortcut for increasing spirit power, but it would be difficult to gain this benefit next time. Because the next spirit rings Lu Erlong and Bibi Dong absorb will both be 10,000-year spirit rings. If Qian tried to absorb the spirit rings on their behalf, he would likely be shaken into idiocy by the soul tremor of a 10,000-year spirit ring. Never mind. I now have a preliminary understanding of the blue-silver domain, and my cultivation speed has increased significantly. There's no need to rush. He could perceive that his current cultivation speed using the blue-silver grass martial soul was more than double what it was when he first awakened his spirit. Although it was still slow, at least there was hope. Chapter 24, 10 Levels of Spirit Power. Tang San slept lightly and was awakened by the spirit power fluctuation coming from Qian. How did he break through again? Tang San was shocked. He clearly remembered that Qian had only broken through a few days ago, and now he had broken through again. This speed already surpassed his own cultivation speed. Isn't his spirit the blue-silver grass? I remember teacher said that the innate spirit power of the blue-silver grass martial soul is usually 0.5 or 1 level. With such low innate spirit power, how can he have this kind of breakthrough speed? No, I must go ask the teacher. After the morning theory class ended, Tang San went to Yu Shaoging's residence. Tang San, you came at the right time. I stewed some meat dishes. Come eat with me and nourish your body. Yu Shaoging greeted him. Thank you, teacher. Tang San quickly stepped forward to set the bowls and chopsticks. Yu Shaoging nodded with satisfaction and asked caringly, Tang San, do you have any problems with your cultivation recently? Teacher, I have no problems with my cultivation. In his previous life, he had cultivated mysterious heaven skill to an extremely high realm. In this life, he was merely cultivating it again. How could there be any problems? However, there is someone in our dormitory who broke through 2 realms in just a few days. Teacher, do you know why? Yu Shaoging frowned and asked, is it Xiao Wu, your friend with innate full spirit power? Tang San shook his head and said, Teacher, it's not Xiao Wu, it's someone else. What is his spirit? Yu Shaoging asked. Teacher, his spirit is the blue-silver grass, but I don't know how many levels of innate spirit power he has. Yu Shaoging frowned deeply. Blue-silver grass. How is that possible? Do you remember what I told you about the blue-silver grass martial soul before? The probability of a blue-silver grass martial soul having innate spirit power does not exceed 3%, and even if it does have innate spirit power, it will not exceed 1 level. This was authoritative information he had seen in Spirit Hall, and generally speaking, it couldn't be wrong. He was very clear about the difficulty of cultivating a spirit whose innate spirit power did not exceed 1 level. Back then, he had only cultivated to level 29 by relying on the vast resources of the sect and his own exceptional talent. If there are no other influencing factors, a blue-silver grass with 0.5 innate spirit power is doing well if it can advance 1 level per year. Therefore, there is only one truth. Either your classmate consumed some kind of heaven and earth treasure that increased spirit power, or he absorbed a spirit bone. Yu Shaogang analyzed. Spirit bone. Teacher, what is a spirit bone? Tang San asked in surprise. Coming from the Tang sect, he was sensitive to the smell of many medicinal herbs, so he concluded that Qian had not eaten any heaven and earth treasure. If it wasn't heaven and earth treasure, then his spirit power must have been increased by the spirit bone mentioned by the teacher. Yu Shaogang said, after a spirit beast is killed, a spirit ring will appear, and there is a 1 in 10,000 chance that a spirit bone will also appear. After a spirit master absorbs a spirit ring, their spirit power will increase, they will break through bottlenecks, and they will gain spirit ring abilities. A spirit bone is the same, and a spirit bone is 10,000 times more precious than a spirit ring. Tang San quietly listened to Yu Shaogang talk about the knowledge of spirit bones, and at the same time confirmed that Qian must have absorbed a spirit bone. Because last time on the back mountain, Qian used a skill similar to his, blue-silver bind, even though he didn't have a spirit ring. If this skill was Qian's soul bone skill, then it could all be explained. Tang San calculated silently, counting it this way, Qian has absorbed at least 3 spirit bones. Where did he get so many spirit bones? However, the teacher said that the power of a soul bone skill is also related to the cultivation age of the spirit beast. His blue-silver bind is weaker than my spirit ring skill, which means his spirit bone must come from a spirit beast less than 400 years old. A spirit bone less than 400 years old was not worth his attention. Thinking of this, Tang San stopped worrying about Qian's cultivation speed. Anyway, with his innate spirit power of less than 1 level, he definitely won't be as good as himself in the future. After Qian's spirit power broke through from level 2 to level 8, its growth also entered a plateau period. Because Xiao Wu subdued those senior students, they never came to bother the work-study students again. Someone even helped Qian with his work-study tasks, allowing him to focus his energy on cultivation. His cultivation speed relying solely on himself wasn't fast, but with the help of Luer Long and Bibi Dong, his spirit power increased quite rapidly. A semester passed in a flash, and Qian's spirit power actually successfully broke through to level 10. However, he didn't break through in the dormitory, so Tang San and the others didn't know that Qian had already reached level 10 and could absorb a spirit ring. But what Qian was most concerned about right now wasn't the spirit ring, but the fact that Bibi Dong was about to become a god of slaughter. Slaughter City, Hell Slaughter Arena, Bibi Dong's final slaughter match. Qian, can you do it? Why don't we skip signing up today and let me handle it myself? Bibi Dong said, don't worry, you need to have faith in me. Haven't I fought several matches using your body already? Alright then, be careful. After winning this match, we must enter the Hell Road. Bibi Dong said, I will. Qian affirmed. Bibi Dong had been in Slaughter City for over a year, and her winning streak had already accumulated to 99 matches. She had killed thousands of fallen Honest, and her own spirit power had surprisingly reached level 60. Qian suspected that she had absorbed the spirit power of those fallen Honest using the soul-eating Spider Emperor spirit while he was away, otherwise, she couldn't have improved so quickly. However, as long as Bibi Dong's mental force was fine, Qian didn't interfere too much. Qian arrived outside the Hell Slaughter Arena, stabbed a fallen ones who had fallen into madness, took a cup of Bloody Mary, and entered the Hell Slaughter Arena. Let us welcome contestant, Hell Grim Reaper, number 10,086. Her slaughter wins have already reached 99. The scantily clad female host of the Hell Slaughter Arena ignited the atmosphere. Ah, Grim Reaper, Grim Reaper, Grim Reaper. 10,086 was Bibi Dong's number in Slaughter City, and Hell Grim Reaper was Bibi Dong's title in the Hell Slaughter Arena. The fallen Honest in the audience seats did not realize that if a new god of slaughter was born, they would all become sacrifices to open the Hell Road. Qian stepped into the arena without letting down his guard. Although he had participated in many Hell Slaughter matches using Bibi Dong's body, he dared not underestimate the fallen Honest who dared to sign up for this match. Fortunately, the managers of Slaughter City treated people according to their status and were wary of Bibi Dong's background, so they did not deliberately target her. Even so, among the fallen honest who dared to sign up for this match, there were quite a few whose winning streaks were similar to Bibi Dong's. "Watch out behind you," Bibi Dong reminded him. As the slaughter began, Bibi Dong used her mental force, far exceeding that of her peers, to give Qian reminders. Qian also relied on Bibi Dong's supreme spirit and strong physique to continuously slay his fallen one's opponents. Chapter 25, Bibi Dong braves the Hell Road. Before long, Qian had slain the last of the fallen ones on the field. "Not bad, you're progressing quickly." Bibi Dong let out a sigh of relief. This was her body, and she didn't want any damage to it. Actually, she found Qian wasn't ruthless enough. If it were her, she would have blown up her opponent to deter the fallen ones in the audience, preventing them from attacking her when she was weak. But now it was the final match, so it didn't really matter. Just as Qian killed the last fallen one, the fallen ones in the audience of the Hell Slaughter Arena began to cheer again. "Death God! Death God! Death God!" Even though Qian was using Bibi Dong's invulnerable body, feeling this atmosphere, the blood within him gradually boiled. This was Slaughter City, even a spirit master who had never killed before wouldn't feel fear killing here. After 100 matches, the killing intent around Bibi Dong had accumulated to its limit, solidifying into a tangible form, irresistibly escaping. At this moment, a crimson light suddenly rose in the Hell Slaughter Arena, and a sickeningly sweet, bloody smell permeated the air. The fallen ones, who were still cheering for Qian, fell into madness under the shroud of this crimson light. They slaughtered each other, and their blood converged towards the central blood trough of the Hell Slaughter Arena. "Be careful," Bibi Dong said worriedly. This scene was truly terrifying, so many fallen ones bleeding together, a river of blood. When the crimson light descended upon Qian, it was blocked by the killing intent around him. Only then did Qian breathe a sigh of relief. Even if Bibi Dong hadn't been affected by the fallen poison gas here, Qian was still afraid of these bizarre conditions. The fresh blood gathered from the audience into the Hell Slaughter Arena actually coalesced into the shape of a sword. Is that the mark of the Asura sword? Shouldn't it be a bat? Qian was somewhat puzzled. Could it be that the dark golden three-headed Bat King hasn't taken control of Slaughter City yet? That's right, Tang Chen hasn't begun his path to divinity yet, and hasn't come to Slaughter City to start the Asura 9 trials. And the dark golden three-headed Bat King naturally hasn't had the chance to possess Tang Chen while he's fallen. So Slaughter City, this divinity inheritance ground, temporarily has no high priest, and everything proceeds according to the established rules. The red light of the Hell Slaughter Arena grew brighter and brighter, and the place where the blood gathered beneath their feet suddenly became empty. Qian stepped into the void, suddenly feeling a sense of weightlessness, and his entire body was enveloped by the crimson light. Although he was protected by the substantial killing intent around him, Qian was still shaken unconscious. He didn't know how much time had passed. When Qian regained consciousness, he found that his body was beyond his control, struggling with a group of bats. What's going on? Am I still inside Bibi Dong? Qian felt a strange sensation. After Bibi Dong cleared out the surrounding bats, Qian communicated with her, "Is this the Hell Road?" Bibi Dong was startled. "You're still here?" "Yes, I don't know what happened. After being engulfed by the red light, I lost consciousness," Qian said. "Then you helped me ward off disaster. I remained conscious the whole time. We were teleported to the starting point of the Hell Road," Bibi Dong said thankfully. Qian hadn't expected such a change to occur after entering the Hell Road. However, as he regained consciousness, he found that he could take over Bibi Dong's body at any time. The power of the system was terrifying. "Do you need my help?" Qian asked. "No need, you can just keep watch for me." Compared to Qian, she still trusted herself more, as this was the body she had cultivated for over 10 years. Qian also told Bibi Dong the information he knew, so she could be mentally prepared. "All right, these bats are dark golden bats. After devouring each other, they can grow 3 heads. You need to be careful when dealing with them. It's fine, I won't give them a chance to devour each other." Bibi Dong said. At this moment, Bibi Dong unleashed her Death Spider Emperor spirit, and an aura of death and annihilation spread out, enveloping the bats. Domain. When did you cultivate a domain? Qian asked in shock. Just now, your soul helped me block the invasion of the red light, allowing me to remain conscious. By observing the killing intent, Death Qi, and Annihilation Qi, I comprehended the Death Spider Emperor's innate domain, the Death Domain. Within the Death Domain, Bibi Dong's attack power greatly increased, also carrying Death Spider venom. Many weaker bats were even directly poisoned to death by the Death Spider venom, falling into the blood pool below the cliff. With the Death Domain, Bibi Dong's movement speed greatly increased. Amazing. Qian genuinely admired. He tried to cultivate the blue-silver domain, but it had always remained in the initial stage. Currently, he could at most establish contact with some ordinary blue-silver grass, and only when meditating quietly. As the saying goes, when the tiger is away, the monkey becomes king. Qian's blue-silver grass spirit, to those ordinary blue-silver grass, was a supreme existence of noble bloodline. The ability to establish contact was due to the instinctive desire of those ordinary blue-silver grass to improve and become spirit beasts. Qian, while keeping watch, carefully sensed Bibi Dong's death domain, hoping to develop his own blue-silver domain as soon as possible. Before long, Bibi Dong had exited the territory of the dark golden bats. Next is the territory of the primordial fierce beast, the 10-headed fierce young serpent. Didn't I tell you to bring Realgar? You can try if it works on it. Its attack methods are threefold. One is poison, one is fire attack, neither of which affects you. The only thing that can trouble you is its physical strength. Qian reminded. Bibi Dong had absorbed the fierce fire apricot sweet vegetable, so she wasn't afraid of fire attribute energy attacks, and with the miniature ice and fire yin-yang well inside her, she wasn't afraid of snake venom. So she only needed to pay attention to the 10-headed fierce young serpent's strength attacks. I understand. Bibi Dong nodded, cautiously moving forward in the dark. At the same time, she sighed with emotion, thinking how rich future spirit master theories were, even having guides for the Hell Road. Qian added, if you can kill it, you can take its inner elixir. It can be used as a fire attribute spirit ring. Inner elixir. Bibi Dong was very interested. That's right, the 10-headed fierce young serpent's inner elixir can be used as an insect-repelling treasure bead, or absorbed to form a spirit ring of tens of thousands of years. However, the 10-headed fierce young serpent is extremely powerful, and since you can't use spirit abilities, you probably aren't its match. Qian told Bibi Dong to run if she couldn't defeat it. As long as she reached the exit of the Hell Road, she could condense the slaughter god domain in the altar there. HMPH, you underestimate me. Watch me kill it for you. Bibi Dong retorted, feeling indignant. She had just developed her spirit's innate domain and was feeling triumphant. How could she be willing to lose to a fierce beast? Chapter 26, Some explanations about the system. After passing the area with the dark golden bat swarm, Bibi Dong continued towards the Hell Road exit. The closer they got to the blood pool, the higher the temperature became, and the narrower the path. As a fire attribute exotic beast, the 10-headed fierce young serpent naturally preferred this environment. It's here. After only a few steps, Qian suddenly reminded her. Bibi Dong also heard the rustling sound of the exotic beast's scales rubbing against the ground, and its wah-wah cries, like a baby weeping. Just then, a flash of fire spread along the ground, illuminating the scene on the narrow path. The bat swarm behind them feared Bibi Dong's death domain and the 10-headed fierce young serpent, but they still wouldn't give up, eyeing them covetously from behind. A 10-meter-long dark red monstrous snake was coiled on the narrow path, blocking their way. Its head was very peculiar. On its neck were 9 red mushroom-like fleshy tumors, which were the embryonic forms of its 9 heads and also where it stored energy. The fiery light spreading along the ground was precisely the skill it had just released. The power of this skill was equivalent to a spirit ring skill of tens of thousands of years, not to be underestimated, but Bibi Dong had no need to fear. Don't be afraid, your spirit power can make you immune to fire attribute energy attacks. Qian reminded her. I know. Bibi Dong activated her spirit, performing martial soul possession with her death spider emperor spirit, and quickly moved towards the 10-headed fierce young serpent. She simultaneously took out the realgar she had prepared earlier and sprinkled it, her spider legs like spears, ignoring the fiery light on the ground, stabbing towards the 10-headed fierce young serpent's body. Seeing that its skills and snake venom had no effect on Bibi Dong, the 10-headed fierce young serpent lashed out its tail, trying to break the path in front of Bibi Dong. This narrow path was a stone pillar suspended above the blood pool. If it were broken, Bibi Dong might fall into the blood pool below. Bibi Dong saw through its intention, leapt up into the air, and landed on the snake's head. With a rumble, the stone pillar she had just stood on snapped, the stones shattered, and fell into the magma-like blood pool below. Bibi Dong didn't look back, her spider legs like scythes, slashing towards the fleshy tumors on the 10-headed fierce young serpent's neck. Its scales had strong defensive power, but these fleshy tumors were its weak points. The 10-headed fierce young serpent also reacted, loosening its grip on the stone pillar beneath it, opening its mouth to bite Bibi Dong, and its snake body also tried to bind Bibi Dong. Under the illumination of the firelight, the scene looked like a 2-meter-tall giant spider locked in a close-quarters battle with a 10-meter-long worm, a real-life animal world unfolding. Qian felt as if he was watching a 5D movie, completely immersed, not daring to make a sound, fearing he might distract Bibi Dong. One of the 10-headed fierce young serpent's fleshy tumors was broken, and a golden red liquid flowed out. The 10-headed fierce young serpent's bite missed, and its subsequent binding strangulation naturally also failed. After dodging the bite, Bibi Dong repeated her tactic, continuing to attack its fleshy tumors. The 10-headed fierce young serpent let out a strange, wah-wah, cry, and its remaining 8 fleshy tumors glowed golden, as it tried to activate its next skill. But Bibi Dong wouldn't let it have its way. With a movement of her spider legs, she sliced open another fleshy tumor, interrupting its charge. After Bibi Dong sliced open its 5th fleshy tumor, the 10-headed fierce young serpent finally became afraid and dared not engage in close combat with Bibi Dong anymore. It stretched its snake body, stabilized itself, and fled towards the depths of Hell Road. At the same time, it prepared to break the narrow path ahead, trapping Bibi Dong who was chasing behind. But how could Bibi Dong let it go? As soon as it turned and ran, it became a living target. Before long, all 9 fleshy tumors were pierced by Bibi Dong, and the death spider venom began to take effect. Its resistance to poison was strong, but Bibi Dong's death spider venom was not entirely ineffective against it, causing its condition to worsen. Bibi Dong seized the opportunity, her spider legs like scythes, severing its neck at the place where the fleshy tumors grew, and the 10-headed fierce young serpent was vanquished. The golden red liquid flowing from its fleshy tumors, after the 10-headed fierce young serpent's death, actually gathered together and transformed into an inner elixir. Bibi Dong reached out, caught it, and observed it in her hand for a while. Such strong toxicity. Is this an inner elixir? It's my first time seeing one. Qian said, of course, this is the supreme among snakes, an ancient primordial exotic beast. Even outside, it would be a top-grade spirit beast. Bibi Dong asked, you said why doesn't it have a spirit ring? Do ancient exotic beasts only have this kind of inner elixir within them, and not spirit rings? This question stumped Qian. He could only make up an answer based on his own guesses. In ancient times on the Douluo continent, there shouldn't have been spirit masters and spirit beasts. Living beings should have cultivated and grown stronger through another method. Slaughter City is shrouded by the slaughter god domain, preserving the rules of ancient times, so the exotic beasts here don't have spirit rings. Asura god became a god before the dragon god's demise, and spirit rings and spirits were all created from the dragon god's essence. Qian felt that his guess was true. Asura god had no spirit and no spirit ring. He cultivated to godhood through another method. The slaughter god domain has such an effect? Bibi Dong asked, puzzled. Of course, this is the inheritance land of 2 great god positions. The slaughter god domain here is equivalent to a god's domain. God position inheritance. Does this place contain the secret to becoming a god at level 100? Bibi Dong was a little surprised. The secret to becoming a god at level 100 was a huge temptation for any spirit master, and Bibi Dong was naturally very curious. That's right, but whether one can obtain a god position inheritance depends on the divinity's attitude. Only if they wish to pass it on to us can we obtain the inheritance. If not, and we rashly try to approach, we will instead be constrained by others. What Qian said was not false. No matter how excellent you are, it's useless if the divinity doesn't recognize you, and gives you a red level 8 trials to be a great priest, which would be terrible. Becoming a god's great priest then means being constrained by others for life, trapped in one place, and having to be ready to sacrifice one's life for a new god at any time. Slaughter City and Spirit Hall were a bit better, their great priests could at least freely enter and exit Slaughter City and Spirit City. If they were the sea god's great priest and elder worshippers, they would need the sea god's permission even to leave Sea God Island. How is that different from being in prison? Qian told Bibi Dong the rules he knew, and only then did Bibi Dong's enthusiasm wane. Bibi Dong looked at the 10-headed fierce young serpent's corpse and said, "If we can obtain the secret of ancient cultivation, is it also possible for us to become gods?" Qian's heart stirred. That's a good idea. Do you want to take its corpse out to study? That's exactly what I was thinking. Bibi Dong said. Then take it with you. If you can research something, it will definitely change the future of the Douluo continent. When the 10-headed fierce young serpent's 10 heads fully grow, it is a genuine divine beast. This can be seen from Ma Hongjun's original 10-headed phoenix. People change. Qian never expected that Bibi Dong, who was easily deceived, would actually want to engage in research. If Bibi Dong could research something, she might really find another path to cultivation. Chapter 27, 10-headed fierce young serpent, another path of cultivation. Bibi Dong used her storage spirit tool to put away the corpse of the 10-headed fierce young serpent, then looked back. Behind her was a narrow path broken in the middle, and the swarm of 3-headed dark gold bats that dared not approach. Tisk tisk, how will people enter the Hell Road in the future? Qian thought. However, there were already many broken sections in the middle of the Hell Road, this just increased the difficulty slightly. Moreover, since Bibi Dong killed the 10-headed fierce young serpent, future challengers won't have to face this major trouble. Perhaps the difficulty has even decreased. Bibi Dong reached the end of the Hell Road. She agilely climbed the stone wall, searching for the exit suspended above the pool of blood. Finally, Bibi Dong passed through the Hell Road, and the killing intent surrounding her began to gather. Under this impact, Bibi Dong fainted without suspense, but Qian was able to watch the killing intent condense into a domain. This was the process of a domain forming. If Qian could gain some insight, it would also help him cultivate his own blue-silver domain. Killing intent, death energy, and evil energy slowly gathered, forming the Slaughter God domain, which became the domain of Bibi Dong's soul-eating spider emperor. Qian witnessed the entire process, leaving his spirit extremely exhausted. Only after Bibi Dong woke up did Qian feel safe enough to fall into a deep sleep. When he woke up, he was back in the Nuoding Academy dormitory bed, 10 years later. He woke up a bit late today. Everyone in the dorm was basically gone, leaving only Xiao Wu. Qian sat up, his eyes holding a fierce, savage look. After staying in an environment like Slaughter City for so long, it was inevitable that he carried some killing intent. "Oh, you dare to look fierce at me." Xiao Wu had agreed to go home with Tang San during the holiday and was currently organizing the things she needed to take. When she turned around, she saw Qian's savage gaze. "HMPH, how dare you look fierce at this miss? Come down from the bed, let's practice." Xiao Wu had just finished packing and was a bit bored, looking for some fun. Qian had been leaving early and returning late all semester, interacting very little with his roommates. Xiao Wu hadn't heard him call her, Sister Xiao Wu, more than a few times. In this battle, she intended to reassert dormitory discipline and completely subdue Qian. Hearing Xiao Wu's voice, Qian finally woke up completely, distinguishing reality from illusion. What is this old rabbit getting worked up about? When did I offend her? Qian naturally saw that Xiao Wu was deliberately looking for trouble. The killing intent in his eyes slowly receded, and he said, Sister Xiao Wu, I just had a nightmare. I wasn't looking fierce at you. I don't care. You were looking fierce at me. Xiao Wu stepped forward, grabbed Qi Tian's hand, and pulled him off the bed. Watch out, here I come. This miss won't bully you, I won't use spirit ring abilities against you. Xiao Wu smiled slyly. She didn't let go of Qi Tian's hand and prepared to kick toward Qi Tian with her long legs. This was one of her soft skills, rabbit kicks eagle. If she landed the kick, Qi Tian would definitely lose his balance and be thrown down, ending up bruised and swollen. Qi Tian frowned, finding himself unable to break free from her hand. Fortunately, he had long trained his reaction speed in Slaughter City. He used blue-silver grass at an extremely fast speed. Blue-silver bind. The blue-silver grass in Qi Tian's hand quickly spread under the nourishment of his spirit power, binding Xiao Wu's body, and he pulled hard. Spirit ability. Xiao Wu wasn't flustered at all, but Qi Tian already knew her fighting methods. With a pull of the blue-silver grass, he firmly bound the two of them together. Since she was already close to Qi Tian, she was instantly bound tightly by him. Let's see how you use soft skills now. Don't you know men and women shouldn't touch? Let go of me quickly. While shouting, she prepared to use martial soul possession, trying to break free from Qi Tian's blue-silver grass. She was a beast spirit, so Qi Tian's ordinary blue-silver grass absolutely couldn't hold her for too long. You still know that men and women shouldn't touch. You slept next to Tang San the first day you arrived at Dorm 7, didn't you? Qi Tian mocked. You're lying. We had a line between us. That doesn't count as sleeping together. Xiao Wu retorted. Qi Tian didn't pursue the issue further and continued to ask, where did Tang San go? He just left to say goodbye to Grandmaster. Qi Tian breathed a sigh of relief and whispered into Xiao Wu's ear, Xiao Wu, you wouldn't want others to know your spirit beast identity, would you? You. Xiao Wu was filled with horror, and the spirit power she had just raised immediately scattered. What nonsense are you talking about? What spirit beast? I am clearly human. Let go of me quickly. Xiao Wu's body went limp, losing the strength to struggle. Unfortunately, she was still just a child. Aside from her legs, she didn't have much of a figure. No need to argue. I consumed a medicinal herb and developed eyes that can see through transformed spirit beasts. If you don't want others to know your identity, then be obedient. My current spirit power can't absorb your spirit ring, but if others find out your identity, that might not be the case. Qi Tian said. Qi Tian threatened Xiao Wu, imitating the tone of the fallen ones in Slaughter City. At this moment, he looked like a major villain. What exactly do you want? Xiao Wu was on the verge of tears. She had traveled thousands of miles to this small city precisely because it lacked a cultivation environment with powerful spirit masters. She never expected someone to still see through her identity. Luckily, this human was very weak and wouldn't take her life for now. Your relationship with Tang San is so good, and you're even going home with him this time. He must be willing to give you everything, right? When the time is right, ask him for his cultivation method and give it to me next semester, understood? As long as you do as I say, I guarantee I won't reveal your secret as a spirit beast. Qi Tian remembered that this trip home for Xiao Wu and Tang San was the turning point where they swore brotherhood and established a close relationship. Tang San even gave a piece of hidden weapons to Xiao Wu, but he didn't teach her mysterious heaven skill, claiming that Xiao Wu's existing spirit power made it impossible for her to cultivate it. But Qi Tian didn't believe that. I'll know if I can cultivate it once I try. You're shameless. How dare you covet Tang San's secret? Xiao Wu said anxiously. Don't speak so loudly, be careful someone hears you. Qi Tian spoke close to Xiao Wu's ear, and every word terrified Xiao Wu. All right, I'll let you go now. Don't think about running. It's thousands of miles from here to the Star Do Great Forest, you won't get away. Qi Tian said. Don't think about killing me either. I've written this secret down in several confidential letters. If anything happens to me, these letters will be sent to Spirit Hall. After Qi Tian finished speaking, he withdrew the blue-silver grass and released Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu also released her hand, no longer holding Qi Tian's arm, and looked at him with a complex, somewhat despairing gaze. Qian grabbed a package from the bed, ignored Xiao Wu, and quickly left the dormitory and the academy. He had already prepared to use the holiday time to hunt spirit beasts, obtain his first spirit ring, and enhance his strength. Whether or not he could obtain mysterious heaven skill through Xiao Wu, he wouldn't be returning to Nuoding Academy. A gentleman does not stand under a crumbling wall. After becoming a spirit master, he received a monthly subsidy of 1 gold coin. The whole world was open to him. Chapter 28, Xiao Wu, you wouldn't want anyone to know. After Qian left Nuoding Academy, he went to the Shisan blacksmith shop to pay the final balance and received a fine iron short sword. This fine iron short sword cost Qian 3 gold coins, which was equivalent to his salary for a month of work-study part-time employment. Blacksmith shops really make money. Qian sighed with emotion. This Shisan blacksmith shop was the blacksmith shop where Tang San worked part-time every afternoon, and this fine iron was also forged by Tang San. Yet, Tang San's monthly wage was only 5 silver coins, and the fine iron he forged each month could be used to create multiple short swords like this one. It could be said that Tang San alone earned 10 gold coins for the blacksmith shop every month. However, this was none of Qian's business. Considering the price, he actually got a good deal on the 3 gold coin fine iron short sword. Moreover, he needed a good weapon for his trip to hunt for a spirit ring. Qian took his belongings and left Nuoding City. In a nameless small spirit beast forest in Fanuo's province, a roar echoed through the mountains. Get lost. I already said I don't want to research any martial soul fusion skill. Stop following me, or I'll burn both of you into roasted pork chops and roasted pigeons. The 2 men, who had been called roasted pig and roasted pigeon, shrank their necks and exchanged helpless glances. Xiaoging, Erlong's temper isn't very good today. Let's come back tomorrow. These 2 people were Flender and Yu Xiaoging. Relying on the scent tracking ability of the Luo San Pao spirit and the speed of the 4-eyed owl spirit, they persistently clung to Lu Erlong. During this time, Lu Erlong had beaten them up several times, but she was kind-hearted and only made them suffer minor physical pain. Not only did this fail to make the 2 men give up, but it made them even more reckless, as they knew Lu Erlong wouldn't truly harm them. One was obsessed with researching the martial soul fusion skill, and the other was infatuated with Lu Erlong. Neither of them would give up no matter what. Flender, you're wrong. Erlong is easier to talk to when she's like this. Yu Xiaoging analyzed. Flender looked at Yu Xiaoging approvingly and said, Xiaoging, I didn't expect you to like this type too. I also like Erlong's fiery temper. They had already discovered that Lu Erlong's temper varied greatly. Sometimes she was sarcastic, and sometimes she was explosive. Generally speaking, the fiery-tempered Lu Erlong was easier to get along with. Unlike when she was sarcastic, her words always stung their hearts. Flender, don't talk nonsense. I don't have masochistic tendencies, and Erlong and I are siblings. Yu Xiaoging said. At this moment, he couldn't help but recall Bibi Dong from 2 years ago. Back then, Bibi Dong was innocent and gentle towards others, but later, she also changed. They all look down on me, but I insist on proving that I am the one who is right. Yu Xiaoging secretly swore. He had already published his The 10 Core Competitivenesses of Martial Souls, which received widespread praise in the Spirit Master's world. What he was currently pursuing was power, and cultivating the martial soul fusion skill with Lu Erlong and Flender was the best choice. It's precisely because I know you 2 are siblings that I dare to speak the truth, but when can we finally cultivate the martial soul fusion skill? Flender heard Yu Xiaoging say that Spirit Masters cultivating the martial soul fusion skill would develop increasing tacit understanding and telepathy. Since Yu Xiaoging and Lu Erlong were siblings, it would be impossible for them to develop such feelings. Wouldn't that benefit him, Flender? He believed that Lu Erlong would eventually fall in love with him, Flender. Don't rush. Yu Xiaoging shook his head, troubled by the same issue. If worst comes to worst, should I use some underhanded tactics? Yu Xiaoging thought to himself. As long as she encountered a crisis she couldn't solve, she would probably turn around and beg him to cultivate the martial soul fusion skill together. Should I have someone arrest her mother? No, I can't do this myself, or it will be troublesome if Erlong finds out. Yu Shaogang suddenly thought of his second uncle. Having him arrange this matter would be quite suitable. More than half a year ago, he returned to the sect once and told Yu Luomian about Luo Long. After Yu Luomian learned of Luo Long's cultivation level talent, he immediately sent people to bring Luo Long back to the sect. But Luo Long felt Yu Luomian was heartless for ignoring her mother, so she refused to go back with Yu Luomian and ran out to gain experience. Since second uncle also dislikes Erlong's mother, should I have him arrange for her arrest, and then have Erlong go rescue her? If we can cultivate the martial soul fusion skill and rescue Auntie, everything will be perfect. If we can't, then I'll just let second uncle go save the person, improving their father-daughter relationship. I believe second uncle will agree to this. It just so happens that the new year is approaching soon, and Erlong will definitely return to Heaven Do City to accompany her mother. We'll choose that time to make a move. The more Yu Shaogang thought about it, the more feasible the plan seemed, and he believed he was doing this to help Luo Long, a white lie. Shaogang, have you thought of a solution? Flender asked. Yu Shaogang shook his head and said, no solution yet. Let's take things one step at a time. He wouldn't be foolish enough to reveal this matter and cause Flender and Luo Long to develop ill feelings toward him. Early the next morning, Qian woke up inside Luo Long's body. Benefactor, you're here, Luo Long asked in surprise. She had been annoyed to death by those two pests for the past 2 days. Only Qian's appearance allowed her to show her gentle side. Where are we now? Qian asked. Luo Long said, we are training in Fanuo's province. There's a harmful spirit beast nearby, and I've been looking for it these past 2 days. That spirit beast had killed many people, including the young master of a noble family. That noble offered a high price of 5,000 gold coins as a bounty for the spirit beast's life. Luo Long took this mission. On one hand, she could eliminate harm for the people, and on the other, she could earn a considerable commission. I see. Are Yu Shaogang and Flender still following you? Qian asked. Yes, they annoy me to death. I can't even drive them away, they're truly shameless. Luo Long said. Luo Long's attitude toward the two of them was not so good. Luo Long's gentleness was reserved only for her mother, Qian, and the younger generation of children she took a liking to. Qian originally wanted to suggest having Yu Shaogang use Luo Sanpao to help track the spirit beast, but seeing Luo Long's dislike for them, he abandoned the idea. I'll help you search for its whereabouts today. Qian said. Okay, thank you, benefactor. Qian washed up and left the small inn. Following Luo Long's directions, he headed to the nearby nameless spirit beast forest to continue yesterday's search. Why is the vegetation here so lush? Many plants have actually evolved into spirit beasts. Qian was slightly curious. Among these plant spirit beasts, quite a few were blue-silver grass spirit beasts. Moreover, some blue-silver grass had grown like shrubs, possessing cultivation level of decades or even hundreds of years. Could it be that there is a superior spirit beast of the blue-silver grass here? Qian was a little excited. If there truly was one, Luo Long would have rendered a great service. Chapter 29, Luo Long renders great service. Qian's spirit is the most common blue-silver grass, and he needs to replenish its origin to avoid future bottlenecks. Otherwise, he might end up like Yu Shaogang, stuck at a certain level and unable to break through. And the fact that so many plants here have evolved into spirit beasts indicates that there is a high-blooded individual among these plant spirit beasts who led their evolution. If Qian absorbed the spirit ring of that plant spirit beast, his spirit might advance further. Thinking this, Qian, relying on his level 48 spirit power, stepped into it. Luo Long's spirit had transformed into an ultimate spirit, and her cultivation speed had slowed down, only breaking through 2 levels in nearly a year. But her strength was not to be underestimated, the ultimate flame was terrifying. Why isn't it here? Qian searched around but didn't find the leading plant spirit beast. Howl tilde, just then, a wolf's howl came from deep within the forest. Benefactor, this should be the spirit beast that injured people. Let's go take a look. Luo Long said. All right. Qian reluctantly glanced at the plant spirit beasts and headed deeper into the forest. Deep in the forest, a green wolf-shaped spirit beast was fighting a pitch-black ghost leopard. Erlong, is that the wolf? Qi Tian asked. Lu Erlong replied, that's the one. Qi Tian frowned. This was a storm devil wolf. It probably wasn't just injuring people outside, was it? Spirit beasts like the storm devil wolf would mate with humans, giving birth to wolftaken who wreak havoc everywhere. There's actually such a spirit beast. Lu Erlong said worriedly. She had dropped out of school early and hadn't learned much about spirit beasts, otherwise, she wouldn't have been unaware of the storm devil wolf's viciousness. No wonder the victims said that some women were directly killed by this spirit beast, while some strong men simply disappeared. Upon hearing Lu Erlong's words, Qi Tian finally noticed that this storm devil wolf was actually a female wolf. Its abdomen was swollen, and one could even see its engorged teats. It would probably give birth soon. Wolves, like dogs, have multiple births in one litter, usually with different fathers. Its belly probably contained not only wolftaken but also storm devil wolf cubs. It seems that men, when out and about, also need to protect themselves. Qi Tian said. What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Erlong, thinking of something, snapped at him. Nothing. Let's deal with this storm devil wolf. Does that ghost leopard have any record of coming down the mountain to harm people? Qi Tian asked. I've inquired, and I haven't heard of any other spirit beasts harming people around here. If that's the case, then just drive it away. This storm devil wolf was several meters long, extremely agile, no less than the ghost leopard, and it spat out several wind blades, sweeping towards the ghost leopard's clone. Qi Tian immediately performed martial soul possession. His hands and feet dragonized instantly, his body covered in fiery red scales, and dragon horns grew on his forehead. A breath of fire dragon was exhaled, and terrifying flames swept towards the storm devil wolf's location. The ghost leopard, previously suppressed by the storm devil wolf, now found an opportunity. It had a clone bite the devil wolf, while its main body quickly retreated and left. Seeing this, the storm devil wolf quickly spat out a wind blade, blowing away Qi Tian's breath. But at the moment it paused to counterattack, Qi Tian had already approached it, and his dragon claw directly grabbed its wolf waist. Didn't expect it, did you? I'm a close-range attack system. The storm devil wolf reacted extremely quickly, actually dodging in such a situation, avoiding part of Qi Tian's damage. The injured storm devil wolf's speed greatly decreased, losing its advantage. It was quickly entangled by Qi Tian and beaten to death with his fists. Lu Erlong watched with excitement. Qi Tian's violent fighting style deeply resonated with her. Benefactor and I truly have a telepathic connection. Lu Erlong thought to herself. All right, 5,000 gold coins obtained. Let's go to its lair and see if there are any survivors, Qi Tian said. I'll listen to Benefactor. Lu Erlong was very satisfied with Qi Tian's actions. Qi Tian dragged the devil wolf's corpse, followed the tracks, and found its lair. There were indeed several strong men there. They had only suffered minor skin injuries, but their condition was listless, and their minds seemed abnormal. Qi Tian said, the devil wolf is dead, you are saved. Those who want to live, come down the mountain with me. The strong men all looked at Qi Tian and the wolf corpse he was dragging, then collectively rushed forward, crying sadly. Wolf sister, what's wrong? Why did you kill our wolf sister? I want you to pay with your life. One fearless big man even tried to attack Qi Tian, who casually knocked him unconscious with his spirit power. What's wrong with them? Lu Erlong asked. Qi Tian was also puzzled. He knocked out these irrational strong men and began inspecting the devil wolf's lair. There was a small mountain of white bones here, and a putrid smell mixed with a peculiar scent. This smell, it's somewhat familiar. Qi Tian suddenly remembered, wasn't this smell present in the outer perimeter of the forest just now? It's the flower of that plant spirit beast. Qi Tian suddenly realized that he had misjudged. That plant spirit beast was skilled in disguise. No wonder these strong men could be infatuated with a wolf. It turned out they were infected by mental toxins. Lu Erlong's cultivation was too high, which was why she wasn't affected. Qi Tian placed the strong men on the wolf corpse and dragged them down the mountain together. Shaogang, what's wrong with you? Are you poisoned? Flender asked. Yu Shaogang was seen embracing a Green Vine, infatuated, muttering Bibi Dong and Luo Long's names. Flender's face was lined with black, and Qian, who came to inspect, made the same expression. Luo Long angrily said, "He actually dares to blaspheme this old woman, this young lady." Perhaps realizing Qian was present, Luo Long stopped speaking. "I'll smash his soft eggs," Luo Long thought to herself. Qian couldn't stand it anymore either. He knew both Luo Long and Bibi Dong. "I'll stop him," Qian said. "Wait a moment." Luo Long suddenly stopped him. Because at this moment, Yu Shaogang had already begun to babble incoherently. His spirit power and vital essence were slowly being devoured by that plant spirit beast. "Second uncle, as long as you send someone to capture that wild woman, Erlong's mother, and then rescue her, you will definitely mend your father-daughter relationship. But second uncle, don't be too anxious. You need to give me time so we can cultivate the martial soul fusion skill. Erlong's cultivation talent is good. She can become a spirit Douluo in the future. Our trio's martial soul fusion skill will definitely be able to contend with a titled Douluo." Just then, Yu Shaogang's aura changed again. "HMPH, Bibi Dong, this venerable one is now a spirit theory grandmaster, sect master of the upper three sects. Do you now regret driving this venerable one out of Spirit City? Kneel before this venerable one and repent, and I shall give you a chance. Shaogang, you're poisoned. Let's go down the mountain to detoxify." Flender saw this, his face flushed with shame, and he quickly carried Yu Shaogang down the mountain. I'm going to kill him." Luo Long was furious. Yu Shaogang actually wanted to lay hands on her mother. Qian also found it absurd. He hadn't expected Yu Shaogang to come up with such a method to force Luo Long into submission. Fortunately, they discovered it early, and there was a chance to remedy the situation. Chapter 30, Yu Shaogang's Moment of Fantasy. Because of Qian's involvement, the destinies of Yu Shaogang, Luo Long, and Bibi Dong all deviated from their original paths. Being unable to break through level 29 due to a mutated spirit was Yu Shaogang's inner demon, so it was not surprising what he did. But Qian never expected that Yu Shaogang would try to use Luo Long's mother to scheme against Luo Long. Fortunately, it was discovered early, so this kind of thing could be avoided. "Erlong, he is your brother after all. You can't kill him, or it will harm your reputation," Qian said. Killing Yu Shaogang was fine, but Luo Long couldn't be the one to do it. "Then what should we do? Should we always guard against him?" Luo Long asked. "First, write a letter to your biological father, saying that Yu Shaogang intends to use some means to harm you and ruin his reputation. I don't believe that such a large family would not have factions. Yu Shaogang is the patriarch's son. If you put his name out there, someone will naturally seize this opportunity to attack the patriarch and gain benefits. Then I will arrange for others to find a way to kill him, or cripple him." Qian said. The current Yu Shaogang knew Luo Long's identity. If he dared to harm Luo Long now, he would truly be disgraced, at least he wouldn't have the face to return to his family. Bibi Dong had just come out of Slaughter City and needed to vent her killing intent. Letting her hunt Yu Shaogang to release some of that killing intent would be good. "Okay, I'll follow your arrangements, benefactor," Luo Long said. For her mother's safety, she could only write to the biological father who abandoned her. "What about this plant spirit beast?" Luo Long asked. This green vine was as tall as a small tree, covering a large area of land. As soon as Qian approached, its flowers glowed with a pink light. This was one of its attack methods, illusion poison. Those who inhaled it might fall into an illusion, just like Yu Shaogang earlier. Qian did not get close, to prevent inhaling too much poison. He used his spirit power to push aside the fertile soil and found many white bones strung on the tree roots. The roots of this plant spirit beast trembled, and it pulled those white bones back into the soil, restoring it to its original state. It seemed to sense the terrifying spirit power within Qian and did not dare to attack him casually. According to the Spirit Hall's ancient texts, this plant spirit beast should be a spirit beast mutated from a poisonous illusion vine. I wonder what skill I'll get if I absorb its spirit ring with my blue-silver grass. Qian thought to himself. He had already decided that this would be the first spirit ring for his blue-silver grass. Long, the mutated poisonous illusion vine cannot move. There are so many plant spirit beasts here, and ordinary people wouldn't dare approach, so let it be. Lu Erlong did not object. All right. Anyway, it also saved my mother. Although Yu Xiaoging's plan was to pretend to abduct her mother was frail. What if something unexpected happened? So Lu Erlong believed that this poisonous illusion vine had a part in saving her mother. Since that's the case, let's go down the mountain and collect the reward. After you get the reward money, you can buy some good whale glue to consume. It can strengthen your body and help you absorb spirit rings. Lu Erlong listened quietly to Qi Tian's arrangements. She enjoyed the feeling of being cared for by Qi Tian. The fatherly love she lost with Yu Luomian was slowly being made up for by Qi Tian. More than 10 years later, in the same spirit beast forest, Qi Tian, carrying a large package, arrived here. This spirit beast forest was wild, with no army stationed, so Qi Tian easily entered the forest. I wonder if that mutated poisonous illusion vine will exist in this world. Qi Tian was somewhat expectant. That spirit beast was on the outskirts of the forest, in the activity range of some 10-year spirit beasts and a few hundred-year spirit beasts, so it wasn't too dangerous. Just then, a soft bones rabbit darted out from the grass beside the path, its 2 legs kicking towards Qi Tian. Stupid rabbit. Qi Tian sidestepped, avoiding the silly rabbit's attack. The rabbit, failing its strike, immediately fled far away, showing a certain assassin-like demeanor. Since you've come, don't leave. Qi Tian raised his hand, and his blue-silver grass spirit appeared, coiling around his fine iron short sword and stabbing towards the fleeing rabbit. Manipulating shuriken technique. This was an attack method Qi Tian had cultivated after obtaining the short sword, tentatively considered a self-created spirit ability. The blue-silver grass danced, and the short sword danced with it, continuously attacking the rabbit. Unfortunately, the rabbit was a spirit beast after all, and very powerful. It actually kicked the short sword away and disappeared into the forest in a blink of an eye. It seems this skill still needs more practice. Qi Tian thought to himself. Having missed out on rabbit meat, Qi Tian continued towards the location of that plant. Hiss, there really is such a place. Qi Tian looked in shock at the clusters of plant spirit beasts, including blue-silver grass, solitary bamboo, and some unfamiliar thorns. These plant spirit beasts were different from what Qi Tian had seen when he possessed Lu Erlong's body, likely having been hunted by some spirit masters. Why has it also changed its appearance? Is this still that mutated illusion poison vine? Qi Tian was a little curious. He remembered that location clearly having a spirit beast in the form of a green vine, but now it had turned into a small tree. However, plant spirit beasts were inherently strange and varied. The blue-silver king even looked like a large tree with a human face, vastly different from ordinary blue-silver. Grass. Qi Tian advanced with his short sword, and the plant spirit beast seemed to sense danger. Its canopy swayed, spreading pollen, trying to poison Qi Tian. It was indeed the same one. But Qi Tian had a small ice and fire yin-yang well operating within him, which could neutralize poisons, so he wasn't afraid of its toxins at all. Qi Tian slashed at its trunk with his sword, creating a deep sword mark, and tree sap, like blood, flowed from its wound. As expected of a fine iron short sword, it cuts trees better than an axe. Just then, Qi Tian suddenly felt the soil beneath his feet churn, and several tree roots strung with white bones stabbed towards him. Qi Tian was startled, blocking a few times with his short sword and relying on his nimble body to dodge its attacks. Fortunately, its main ability seemed to be poison. The piercing attack of its roots wasn't very strong, so Qi Tian could handle it. Qi Tian dodged its attacks while repeatedly hacking at its trunk with his sword. The wrist-thick trunk was soon cut down by Qi Tian, and crimson tree sap flowed all over the ground. The canopy fell to the ground, revealing its appearance from when Qi Tian first saw it, a lush vine. However, this plant spirit beast was not yet dead. Qi Tian then took out the lamp oil he had bought on his way there from the package on his back and poured it onto the poisonous illusion vine. Igniting the lamp oil, fierce flames roasted this mutated poisonous illusion vine. When the flames extinguished, its vitality was finally extinguished. A deep yellow spirit ring appeared, and Qian quickly used his spirit to absorb the spirit ring. The toxins it had previously spread out conveniently served to protect Qian. A massive surge of spirit power poured into Qian's body, impacting his meridians.